Noches a todos ustedes.
Good evening, Durham, North Carolina.
Buenas noches, Durham, Carolina del Norte.
Just to be patient with us for a
Le
second.
voy a
We have
pedir
a
a
very
nuestra
large,
audiencia de
very
televisión que
successful
tenga
football
paciente un poco
team
con
in
nosotros
Durham
últimamente, porque en
tonight.
este momento
We try to make
tenemos un
sure we get
exitoso
our
equipo de
seat
fútbol en esta
before
noche.
we get
Por favor,
started.
siéntense antes de comenzar.
It's Eagle night tonight.
Hoy es una noche para las Águilas, en este recinto
More
al
than one
menos,
thing
para
too.
los
We have
Eagles.
students here.
Y además tenemos
We
algunos
also have some
estudiantes aquí.
NCCU
Tenemos
here
al
tonight.
equipo de
So
fútbol de la
welcome.
NCCU,
Our city
entonces
council meeting
bienvenidos
here
a
in
nuestra
Durham City
reunión del
Hall on
Consejo
Monday,
Municipal del
February 6,
Ayuntamiento de
2020
Durham, hoy,
at 7
del
p.m.
6 de febrero de
Those were those
2023
Eagle
a las
fans
7
joining us
p.m.
and others
Le damos la
joining
bienvenida a todos los
online.
Eagles, a
First,
todas
we
las
welcome
Águilas aquí
everybody
en el recinto,
joining us on the
y le damos la
internet.
bienvenida a todos que se
As
nos
well,
unen
we will
por Internet.
ask for a moment of silent
Les vamos
meditation
a
at this
pedir, como
time.
siempre, un momento de meditación silenciosa.
Right, thank you so much.
Muy
Let's
bien,
switch
muchísimas
to
gracias.
Michael
Ahora
Lee,
pasamos
Councilwoman
a
Durham Freeman, who will have a couple of
nuestra
words with
colega
us in
concejala
regards to
Adriana
being with
Freeman,
us in the Pledge of
quien
Allegiance.
nos va a liderar
Thank you,
en el
Madam
juramento a la
Mayor,
bandera.
and
Muchas
I'm
gracias,
so
señora
happy to be
alcaldesa.
here this
Estoy
evening.
muy
It's
agradecida de estar aquí esta noche.
honored to present
Es
something
un
that was
honor para mí
shared at
presentar
several
algo
of
que ha
our city
sido
board meetings,
compartido
and
en
it's
las
really just a
reuniones de la
recognition of the
Junta de
land
Asuntos
of labor
Medioambientales.
and how this
Es un
community has
reconocimiento
performed since
al
we
arte, al
started our
labor
meeting. Today,
de esta nación
always
respecto a este
begin
grupo
on
notable.
this land.
Hoy, en esta
We
tierra,
would like to offer
nos
recognition
gustaría
and respect
ofrecer un
to the
reconocimiento y
indigenous culture
respetos
of Durham
a la
and North Carolina,
cultura
our
indígena en
past, present,
Durham,
and future
en
stewards of
Carolina
this
del Norte.
land.
Nuestros ancestros que
Today,
fueron
the
los
traditional lands
tutores y los
stewarded
guardianes,
by the
custodios de
tribal
esta
people
tierra
currently
por parte de la
served
gente
by
Catano,
the Lumbee,
quienes
Tuscarora,
sirven
and Chicori tribes.
en las tribus
Previously
Lombi, Costacora y
served by
Chiconi,
the Occaneechi, Echini,
anteriormente
and Ashadori
atendidas
tribes.
por las tribus
We honor
Ashedori y
those who
Quimino.
knew this land
Honramos a
and
aquellos que
held
conocen esta
this
tierra y
land as a
esperamos que
sacred and
esta
living
tierra
entity.
siga siendo
We would like
sostenida y
to do this.
preservada como una entidad sagrada,
And I want to just
la
share
tierra de la Cora
that on the
Falls.
land
Y quiero compartir
on the
también
labor side, we
que
acknowledge
por
that
el lado
Durham has been built
de
and developed
trabajo, Durham ha sido
and
construida
constructed by the
y
labor of
desarrollada
enslaved Africans
de el
and
trabajo
their
de
descendants
africanos
who suffered
esclavizados y sus
the horror of the
descendientes, quienes han
transatlantic
sufrido
transatlantic trafficking of
los
their
horrores
people
del
and
tráfico
how slavery and Jim
transatlántico de
Crow.
sus
We
gentes,
are indebted
así como
to
también de
their
la época
labor,
de Jim
their
Crow.
sacrifice,
Tenemos una
and
deuda
also
grande a
how the
su
tremors to the
trabajo,
violence
a
throughout the
su
generations
sacrificio,
have
y
begun
también
to
tenemos obligación de reparar la
that have
violencia a
been
través
and
de las
still being
generaciones y de
witnessed
mitigar el
today.
impacto que todavía se
In
siente hoy en
addition,
día.
we honor and celebrate those who
Además,
have fought in the
honramos y
fight for
celebramos a
justice
aquellos que
for
han
all.
luchado por la justicia
As
racial
we
a nombre de
move
todos.
forward to the Pledge of Allegiance,
Y a medida que
I want to make
nosotros
sure
pasamos
that I
al juramento a
center
la bandera, yo
all of
quería
those thoughts
asegurarme de
and
que
acknowledging how
tuviéramos en mente
our
todas
early
esas
independence day
consideraciones y
time
cómo es que
began
terminamos en este
here on this
espacio,
beautiful
incluso
Independence
en
where this
esta
land comes
historia
from.
afrodescendiente, en el mes de historia afrodescendiente, para
Stand and salute the
reconocer a
flag
aquellos que
as you are able.
trazaron el camino antes que nosotros con su ardua labor.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United
Yo
States
presto juramento a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de Norteamérica y a la república que representa, una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad para todos.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Madam Clerk, if you will call
Gracias.
the roll.
Señora secretaria, por favor,
O'Neill.
llame lista. Alcaldesa
Present.
Hill,
Mayor Pro Tem
presente.
Middleton.
Alcalde Pro Tem
Councilmember
Middleton,
Caballero.
hoy.
Councilmember
Concejala
Freeman.
Caballero,
Present.
aquí estoy.
Councilmember
Concejal
Halsey Johnson.
Freeman,
Present.
concejala Halsey
Councilmember
Hyman,
Johnson.
presente.
Here.
Concejal
Councilmember
Johnson,
Williams.
aquí.
Present.
Concejal Williams, presente. Muchas gracias.
We have a couple of special
Tenemos
ceremonial items tonight.
un par
As
de
Mayor
asuntos
Pro Tem
ceremoniales esta
to
noche.
welcome
Es un
our
honor para mí
chancellor
darle la bienvenida a
here from the
nuestro
greatest
canciller que está
university
aquí de
state
de
of
la mayor
Alabama, the
universidad
beautiful Eagle
de
State, the
los
state of
Estados Unidos de
Sister
Norteamérica,
University.
que también es el hogar de los Eagles de Carolina del Norte.
And I'm
Entonces, por
going to
favor, que
ask
venga aquí
if the
el
Eagles
equipo de
who are
fútbol,
here
su
on
entrenador
the
y
dais
aquellos
would join me.
Águilas que se me unan, por favor.
Chancellor, I can like it if you and
Canciller,
your staff
por
and
favor,
your
si
football
usted
team, I would
y
love
su
for
personal
you all
y
could
su
just
equipo de
stand
fútbol, sí, por favor, se pueden
and we can
parar
see
o
you all.
poner
And
de
you
pie de
all
manera que el
can
público los
stand
pueda
and
ver
you
a
see
todos,
the football team and the
para que
staff
todos puedan
and
ver
all the
el
Eagles
personal y el
and
equipo de
all
fútbol, a
the
todas las águilas, todas las águilas.
what a momentous occasion.
Muy bien, va a ser un momento de
When I
dedicación.
saw when I saw your coach on the field, he looked so much like a player. I'm like, and there was some music playing, and I don't know what we were talking about.
Yo
I said,
recuerdo cuando yo te vi entrenando a los muchachos en la cancha
Coach,
y yo no sabía si tú
congratulations.
estabas poniendo música, entonces yo
Something you
pensaba,
said,
¿eres el DJ?
it was just amazing to me
Y
that he's done
ustedes
this
ven
for
muy
us and what
jóvenes
he's done. But I
y
guess
usted
we
también.
only
Me
have three,
sorprende
but
que
we would
usted
like
haya hecho
to
lo que hace
please
durante
invite
tanto
our
tiempo.
professor. We would
Hoy
like to
vamos a
invite you
saludar
to say
entonces a los
hello, and then
profesores
we'll
y,
turn
por
it over
supuesto, ella va a
to
decir,
council
pero por
president
ahora voy a
Williams.
darle la palabra al concejal Dream. Adelante. El orgullo de las águilas, amplificado. Esta noche, eso es lo que somos. Qué bueno verlos aquí. Yo también soy águila, entonces vamos a sentirnos de lo que hemos hecho. Ustedes son increíbles. Esa es nuestra proclamación para todos ustedes. Considerando que la Universidad Central de Carolina del Norte, NCCU, es uno de los principales colegios y universidades históricamente negros de Estados Unidos, HBCU, y es una parte integral del tejido mismo de Durham como aliado estratégico para el avance educativo y cultural de la ciudad. Y considerando que el equipo de fútbol de la Universidad Central de Carolina del Norte ganó el título nacional de HBCU de 2022 por cuarta vez en la historia de la NCCU, tras vencer a la Universidad Estatal de Jackson 41-34. Esta fue en la Cricket Celebration Bowl, el tiempo extra, en el estadio Mercedes-Benz, con entradas agotadas y millones de personas viendo por televisión. Y considerando que la escuadra de este año, 10-2, se convirtió en el tercer equipo en la historia de la NCCU en alcanzar el doble de triunfos, el entrenador principal, Trey Oliver, ha sido parte de los tres, sirviendo como entrenador asistente en los equipos 2005 y 2006, alcalde, y considerando que el quarterback junior Davis Richard, ofensivo, MVP ofensivo de la Celebration Bowl, completó 15 de 20 pases para 175 yardas y un touchdown, al tiempo que añadió 97 yardas y dos touchdowns por tierra, incluyendo la carrera de una yarda, ya que ganó el partido en el tiempo extra. Y considerando que el safety junior, Khalil Baker, el MVP defensivo de la Celebration Bowl, consiguió la mejor marca de equipo con 10 placajes. Y considerando que entre otros logros del equipo esta temporada, 17 Eagles recibieron honores del equipo de fútbol de la Conferencia Atlética del Medio Oeste. Y Trey Oliver fue elegido entrenador del año de la MIAC. Tras ganar el campeonato nacional HBCU, la NCCU obtuvo su mejor clasificación nacional en la Football Championship Subdivisión Top 25 en el ranking nacional con el número 17 en la encuesta de entrenadores de American Football Coaches Association. Y considerando que colectivamente este equipo será celebrado durante mucho tiempo por su excelencia, su destreza atlética y el enorme sentimiento de orgullo que aportó a los graduados, a los alumnos, a los aficionados y a la comunidad en general de la Universidad Central de Carolina del Norte. Ahora, por lo tanto, yo, Elaine M. O'Neill, la alcaldesa de la ciudad de Durham, Carolina del Norte, por la presente salud del entrenador Trey Oliver, a todo el personal y a los miembros del equipo de fútbol y a los miembros de la comunidad de la Universidad Central de Carolina del Norte. Equipo de fútbol de la Universidad Central de Carolina del Norte 2022 por ganar el título nacional HBCU. Y por la presente les entrego la llave de la ciudad de Durham. Atestigo mi mano y el sello corporativo de la ciudad de Durham este 6 de febrero de 2023.
Good evening.
Buenas noches.
On behalf of
A nombre
North Carolina Central University,
de la Universidad Central de Carolina del Norte, nuestra
our
junta,
staff and faculty, and indeed
nuestro plantel,
athletes and
nuestro profesorado, nuestro personal, nuestros atletas y todo este
head
equipo,
coach, Trey
por
Oliver,
supuesto nuestro entrenador principal,
it
Trey
is a
Oliver.
pleasure to be
Es
with you
mi
this evening.
placer estar con ustedes
It's
esta
a
noche.
pleasure to say thank
Es un placer para mí también
you
poder
to
agradecerle
our esteemed mayor, Mayor Elaine O'Neill,
al señor alcalde
Mayor Pro Tem,
Elaine O'Neill,
and
al
to
alcalde pro
the
tem
distinguished
y a
members.
estos distinguidos miembros del
I
consejo.
cannot say enough.
Yo, la verdad, me quedo corto en palabras para
For
describir
us,
lo que siento esta
your
noche,
expression of love,
dada su expresión de amor, de apreciación y de
the
apoyo
greatest university on earth,
para con la
the greatest
más
football
grande
team on
universidad
earth.
sobre la tierra y el equipo de fútbol más grande sobre la tierra.
Your invitation
Les
allowed
agradecemos
us to receive this special
la
honor,
invitación para
and we want
venir
to
a
say
recibir este honor tan especial
we
y quiero que
deeply,
ustedes
deeply
sepan
thank you
que les
for your support,
agradecemos
your
muy
partnership with our
profundamente su
institution,
apoyo y su
for what
alianza
you do
para con
on a daily basis
nuestra institución y también por todo lo que hace
the
diario
representation that we need,
para
not only in
proporcionarnos la
Durham, but
representación
for
que
many
necesitamos, no
cities
solamente ante el
of the state
Consejo,
of
sino
Durham.
también ante
So on
toda la
behalf of
ciudad de
all of
Durham.
us, we accept
Entonces, a
the
nombre de
invitation
todos
and
nosotros,
we thank you
aceptamos la
very much.
proclamación y les agradecemos de corazón. Buenas noches. Muchas gracias a todos. Muchas gracias, decano. Y también muchas gracias por la oportunidad de ser el entrenador. Él fue el que me dio la oportunidad de liderar. Entonces, estoy agradecido por siempre por la oportunidad. Muchas gracias a todos por sus reconocimientos. Nos, nos, no sé por qué no vinieron todos acá completos y estoy mirándolo a usted, señor alcalde pro tem, pero está bien, está bien. Usted no quiso bajar hasta aquí, pero bien. También, esa es una historia verdadera, la de que yo era el DJ en el Pep Rally, en la celebración de espíritu escolar. Pero bueno, este es un momento muy, muy especial. Yo tomé un vuelo de toda la noche desde Las Vegas para poder estar aquí porque para mí es importante. Es muy importante para nosotros y estos muchachos merecen todos los reconocimientos que puedan recibir. No, no solo porque ellos fueron los que hicieron las anotaciones, los jugadores son los que merecen todo el crédito. Tenemos un excelente equipo, un excelente grupo de muchachos. No puedo decir suficientes cosas buenas de ellos. Esta semana pasada, nuestro proyecto de servicio comunitario se centró en el cáncer y creo que escribimos más de 100 tarjetas al hospital infantil para niños y niñas que están falleciendo de cáncer. Visitamos también la escuela primaria Fenner Smith, Shepard, ¿qué más? Y vamos a visitar la escuela Neil Mill. Vamos a mantenernos muy ocupados también porque nosotros tenemos una vocación de servicio. Todo lo que nosotros recibimos tratamos de devolverlo y tratamos también de impactar a la comunidad de manera positiva. Y nunca se sabe. Ustedes pueden estar aquí en presencia del futuro LeBron James o cualquier, o quién sabe. Entonces, eh, nos encanta ver cómo se iluminan los ojos de los niños. Muchas gracias a la ciudad y definitivamente la Universidad Central de Carolina del Norte siempre ha sido nuestro hogar. Desde que yo iba allí como estudiante, hemos estado en una alianza y continuaremos siéndolo en el futuro. Es como mi abuela dice, Uno puede amarse mucho, sí, pero uno no puede amarse lo suficiente sin amar a los demás porque uno se aburre de uno mismo. Entonces, estamos muy emocionados por la temporada de 2023. Yo sé que algunas personas están preguntando sobre qué es lo que vamos a cenar esta noche. No se preocupe que les vamos a conseguir algo muy rico para cenar. Y bueno, muchas gracias por tenernos aquí. Y recuerden, Eagle Pride, orgullo de las águilas, orgullo de los Eagles, Eagle Pride Amplified, orgullo águila amplificado.
Thanks, coach.
Gracias, gracias, entrenador. Muchas gracias. Gracias a todos. Gracias al doctor Page por estar aquí también. Gracias al doctor Elmans también. Muchísimas gracias.
To Councilwoman Josie Hyman.
A la
Visitors
Fonsi Hyman,
too, if you want to make sure you introduce them.
que tenemos dos visitantes muy especiales también que usted va a presentar, ¿no? Ah, bueno, y una foto. Genial, claro. Vengan aquí, por favor.
Our scholars and our athletes.
Muy bien. Son nuestros maravillosos estudiantes y atletas.
You got the key. They got the key.
Y ya tienen la llave, ¿no?
Wow.
Wow.
Look at that. Council, we might have to stand up. Y'all stand up.
Consejo, creo que tenemos que pararnos todos, ¿no?
Yeah, all us stand up.
Muy bien. Julian, ven por aquí. Me puedes cargar en los hombros, ¿sabes?
Look.
Muy bien.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a todos.
Good evening, everyone.
Buenas noches a
Good evening
todos.
to the residents, to my
Buenas noches a
colleagues.
los residentes, a mis colegas. Voy a leer la proclamación del mes del honor
Our mayor, Mayor Elaine
para
O'Neill.
nuestra alcaldesa, la alcaldesa O'Neill,
Whereas our daily lives are filled with
considerando
inequality,
que nuestras vidas diarias están llenas de
often causes feelings of self-doubt,
discriminación y que nos causa sentimientos de incertidumbre y miedo,
many daily activities
y
uphold
considerando que
examining the past so that history
muchas de nuestras actividades están encaminadas para asegurarnos de que la historia no se repita a sí misma. Los momentos de tenacidad y las experiencias compartidas de la comunidad pasan desapercibidos y no se celebran, y considerando que al reconocer la necesidad de honrarnos a nosotros mismos y enseñar la historia con precisión, sin importar a quién incomode, todos los miembros de nuestra comunidad tomarán conciencia de la importancia de practicar el honor, considerando que el propósito del mes del honor es recordar que, aunque examinar el pasado puede resultar incómodo, al reconocer nuestra historia estamos honrando a quienes nos precedieron y creando oportunidades para un futuro que valore la diversidad y la inclusión. Seguiremos comprometidos con nuestra grandeza y el poder de nuestra comunidad. Y considerando que cuando nos mantenemos firmes en nuestros valores y examinamos nuestro pasado, podemos reconocer mejor el crecimiento y conceptualizar la brecha y las oportunidades para el avance de todas las personas. Y considerando que todos somos extraordinarios y que nuestros diferentes caminos nos permiten mostrar nuestra fuerza y valentía de numerosas maneras, y considerando que debemos ser resistentes en nuestra búsqueda del conocimiento, honrar y preservar nuestra historia y ser auténticos con nosotros mismos para que estemos creando oportunidades que permitan a Durham ser un lugar acogedor, inclusivo, amable y más seguro para vivir, trabajar y jugar. Dando que la ciudad de Durham honra a aquellos que tienen un impacto positivo en nuestra comunidad y nuestro mundo, independientemente de su edad. Ahora, por lo tanto, yo, Elaine M. O'Neill, la alcaldesa de la ciudad de Durham, Carolina del Norte, por la presente proclamo el mes de febrero de 2023 como mes del honor en Durham y por la presente insto a todos los residentes a participar en la extensión de la gracia, la práctica de la paciencia, la difusión de la bondad y el respeto, la generosidad y la consideración de los demás en todo momento. Doy fe de mi mano y del sello corporativo de la ciudad de Durham este 6 de febrero de 2023. Alcaldesa Elaine M. O'Neill. Gracias. Gracias, concejala Halsey Hyman. Todos tratamos siempre de operar con honor y con integridad cada día, pero pues somos humanos y es difícil. Entonces, les pido que tomen consideración especial de ese atributo que es tan importante y por el que nos debemos esforzar todos los días, y es vivir con propósito y con honor. Ahora vamos a pasar a nuestros anuncios y vamos a pasar a nuestros colegas. Por supuesto, esta noche vamos a continuar la tradición de pasar la responsabilidad de los anuncios. Entonces, en este momento voy a remitirme al alcalde pro tem para que nos lea la agenda y luego ustedes van a ver que nosotros vamos a ir adelante y hacia atrás en la agenda para que todo el mundo pueda conducir esta reunión por partes iguales. A mí me gusta eso. Pues adelante, concejala Holcy Hyman. Buenas noches a los residentes, a mis colegas. Me gustaría hacer un par de anuncios primero. Primero que todo, yo tengo el honor de unirme con el rector Brown de la escuela primaria de Durham, así como también de líder de personal, y también tuve el honor de reunirme con alrededor de 60 jovencitos que estaban aprendiendo a practicar taekwondo. Estaban muy organizados y siempre y yo traté de explicarles quién yo era y lo que era el Consejo Municipal y luego eh, tuve una conversación con ellos que quiero compartirles a ustedes. Eran niños de kinder, de jardín, hasta niños de quinto grados. Y les pregunté qué es Durham y nos dijeron que era el bosque, el césped y los helados. Luego les pregunté qué no les gusta de Durham y esto fue lo que me dijeron y eso se los comparto. Los disparos de armas de fuego, los secuestros, tengo que esconderme en el baño cuando escucho disparos y cuando escucho disparos no puedo salir a jugar. Entonces le pido a mis colegas en el Consejo Municipal a que sigamos propendiendo por la seguridad de Durham, porque no se trata solo de nosotros, sino también de esas generaciones que son el futuro. Tenemos una oportunidad como colegas para poder trabajar juntos, para crear estrategias, para utilizar esta como plataforma para servir y no resaltar agendas políticas personales. Entonces, esa es nuestra llamada para la acción, para trabajar juntos. Lo segundo que quería anunciar es que yo tengo el honor tuve el honor de ser profesora en la Universidad Central de Carolina del Norte. De hecho, en este momento estoy enseñando tres secciones, sí, tres secciones de liderazgo social, con varios estudiantes que tuvieron la oportunidad de convenir en un proyecto de liderazgo. Una de sus tareas es evaluar sus habilidades de liderazgo. La siguiente va a estar pendiente, está pendiente de entrega hasta las 11:59 de la siguiente semana, el viernes. Y definitivamente acá tenemos algunos estudiantes que son estudiantes extraordinarios que por favor pónganse de pie para poder reconocerlos, mis candidatos de NUC para el 2023. Estoy muy feliz de que ustedes estén aquí esta noche. De hecho, uno de nuestros estudiantes en MSW, Lucas, fue uno de los primeros pasantes en nuestro programa HEART. Estoy muy complacido de ver de ver un futuro trabajador social que va a estar de cara con la comunidad, trabajando de manera mancomunada con ellos. Entonces, bienvenidos de nuevo. Recuerden que el paso para su tarea es las 11:59 p.m. el viernes. ¿Algún otro anuncio? Concejala Johnson. Gracias, señora alcaldesa. Bienvenidos a todos. Ya es un gran día en el ayuntamiento con nuestros amigos del equipo de la Universidad Central de Carolina del Norte. Entonces vinieron aquí en Son de Victoria. Qué bueno que pudieron esta noche. También tengo la oportunidad de pasar tiempo con algunos jóvenes de la comunidad la semana pasada para comenzar el mes de la historia afrodescendiente. Bienvenidos a esta celebración. Fui parte de una clase bastante linda en la escuela primaria y me encanta tener esa oportunidad con los niños, de estar con ellos y también yo les hice preguntas similares acerca de si y les decía yo que yo no los representaba solamente a los padres de ellos, sino también a ellos mismos. Entonces quería que se sintieran empoderados y comprometidos con el trabajo con el gobierno. Me encanta la versión infantil de los comentarios y las preguntas, porque ellos me dicen, por ejemplo, yo tengo dos perritos, es muy bueno. Yo también quería resaltar algunos puntos de la conversación que han rondado en la comunidad acerca del equipo HEART, que es nuestro equipo que respuesta ante las crisis en Durham. Me reuní con personas de Durham Pleasing en un rally en South City Hall para poder hacer defensoría para más financiación para el presupuesto de HEART y también para presentar una solicitud de presupuesto para este equipo también. Y la visión detrás de esa iniciativa es asegurarse de que cualquier persona en la ciudad que necesite esos servicios pueda tener acceso a ellos 24/7. Y espero con ansias continuar teniendo conversaciones con mis colegas a medida que cortamos este ciclo y el trabajo que va a requerir para poder traer esa visión a la realidad. Yo sé que todo el mundo aquí está comprometido a asegurarse de que esa respuesta ante crisis para residentes haya sido un éxito. Hemos visto mucho éxito, entonces yo creo que esto va a ser una conversación bastante emocionante para nosotros. Ha habido un poquito más de atención en Durham últimamente debido al asesinato policial en Memphis. Nuestro antiguo jefe de policía, bueno, debido a que tenemos ese programa diseñado para garantizar que proporcionemos la respuesta correcta a nuestros residentes, no solamente una respuesta policíaca para todas las llamadas al 911. Esto ha llamado mucho la atención de los medios noticiosos. Cuando estas cosas suceden, generalmente recibimos la atención de los medios de comunicación, pero este no es un problema nuevo. Es algo en lo que hemos estado trabajando en Durham durante mucho tiempo y yo valoro la atención porque también se compromete más personas aprenden del tema y vamos a estar haciendo las conversaciones con la comunidad. Tenemos un programa que continuaremos extendiendo precisamente para este fin y con este programa continuaremos teniendo conversaciones constructivas para poder avanzar en el ciclo presupuestal. Y eso es todo lo que yo tengo. Muchas gracias. Gracias, concejala Johnson. Ahora a mi derecha, vamos a ver si tenemos algún anuncio especial por aquí. Gracias, señora alcaldesa. Muchas gracias por los comentarios previos acerca de los colegas. Se siente muy bien el liderazgo que el jefe Davis está llevando a cabo en Memphis en este momento es uno que necesitamos en Durham y establece un precedente respecto a cómo debe ser la respuesta policial. Ustedes escucharán mucho acerca de la seguridad pública y se siente bien estar en una ciudad en la que estamos trabajando para proporcionar un modelo de buena seguridad pública. Y espero con ansia poder apoyar la expansión del programa HEART según se necesite. Espero con ansias también garantizar que tengamos oficiales de policía que les importe la persona primero. Me emociona y espero con ansias también llevar a la realidad la legislación que estamos buscando, en el que los residentes puedan trabajar con el departamento de la policía para poder llenar reportes. También espero con ansias ver cuál es la tecnología que tenemos, por ejemplo, la tecnología ShotSpotter, para ver qué tan efectiva es si nos desharemos de ella y todas las cosas que estamos haciendo. Yo creo que Durham es un modelo para lo que nosotros llamamos seguridad pública progresiva. Es importante que hagamos énfasis en eso y también yo pasé mucho tiempo con los niños, como también lo he hecho en el pasado. Felicitaciones a los jóvenes que están en Sidekicks Academy, quienes ascendieron de color de cinturón. Y muchas felicitaciones a la escuela primaria del Sibling por unirse a la academia también y a todas las personas que están haciendo este trabajo tan increíble en la ciudad. Para que quede en el registro, esta es nuestra respuesta más fuerte y más robusta a la seguridad pública y es comprometiendo e interactuando con la juventud. Y por último, quiero reconocer a alguien aquí esta noche, yo creo que esta es la noche de la NCCU, porque aquí tenemos muchos estudiantes. Acabamos de tener al equipo de fútbol, por ejemplo, y en este momento yo acabo de contratar mi primer pasante. Ha pasado ya un año y señor Jordan, por favor, póngase de pie. Aquí tenemos a Quentin Jordan. Me cae muy bien como persona. Él es un alfa omega alfa también. Y nunca había conocido yo uno tan apasionado y con tantas ganas por trabajar conmigo. Entonces, te doy la bienvenida a bordo y espero con ansias también que trabajemos de las manos y a ver qué cosas podemos lograr. Gracias, concejal William. Ahora el alcalde pro tem. Gracias, alcaldesa. Buenas noches a todos aquí, los que están en internet, en persona, mis colegas. Feliz mes de la historia negra y qué buena noche. Tenemos ese reconocimiento a la NCCU y por extensión a la ciudad. Qué bueno estar aquí en esta recámara. Muchas gracias, señora alcaldesa, por su enfoque en las virtudes. Ese enfoque en las virtudes lo he disfrutado mucho. El honor en particular es uno bastante particular y que conviene mucho en febrero. Entonces, de las imágenes que atestiguamos de Memphis, todavía pues nos duele el corazón y todavía algunos de nosotros estamos en duelo por la manera en la que Henry Nichols fue, pues falleció. Esa es una invitación en una conversación que tenemos que tener como nación. Aquí en Durham le agradezco a la consejera Johnson por resaltar que nosotros siempre hemos estado pendientes de esas cosas en Durham y siempre hemos estado trabajando en ello. Las disparidades raciales, las detenciones de tráfico y el orden público, esos problemas han persistido y estos temas también han llamado la atención. Y yo quiero que eso es bueno. Eso sí, quiero ser muy claro acerca del tipo de atención que hemos atraído y que queremos atraer. Primero que todo, colegas, solicito que la administración y la gestión de Jeff Andersmere que sean informados. Quizás eso podría ser también una presentación para que nuestra ciudadanía pueda recibir presentaciones acerca de los despliegues policiales. Me parece que sería muy positivo compartir la información de qué tipos de equipos desplegamos, con qué estrategias y con qué visión. Pero esa es mi preocupación. Hay un movimiento que se organiza en contra de la actividad policial, pero la actividad policial como compuesto, como una amalgama de los peores casos del uso excesivo de la fuerza policial. Eso es lo que se está conociendo como el ejercicio de la actividad policial. Y nosotros gobernamos como si ese compuesto aplicara para todos los imaginarios, para todos los escenarios. Primero que todo, yo soy un funcionario electo en Durham. Ese es mi enfoque y es importante. No confundamos lo que está sucediendo en Memphis con el Departamento Policial de Durham. Esa es nuestra responsabilidad. Las cifras, las particularidades y las especificidades. Nuestro Departamento de Policía es nuestro y está dentro de nuestra jurisdicción. Nosotros no somos Memphis, no somos Ferguson, somos Chicago, no somos el LAP del Departamento de Policía de Los Ángeles, somos Durham. Y como Durham, a medida que surjan temas aquí, con ello lidiaremos en justa proporción. Siempre tenemos que tener una conversación para alrededor de la disparidad racial, pero esto es lo que yo no quiero tolerar. No quiero que nuestros empleados sean atacados, los empleados municipales, los empleados municipales, ciudadanos, atacados de maneras en las que no pueden responder debido a la diferencial de poder y debido a todas las dinámicas. Nuestros empleados municipales no son muñecos, no son trasfondos para el drama, porque hay una elección en el horizonte. Quizás hay un movimiento nacional electoral, pero es importante que nosotros protejamos a nuestros empleados de las maquinaciones políticas, particularmente cuando no se pueden defender y particularmente en el contexto por fuera de estas paredes, por fuera de este recinto. Ellos trabajan para nosotros, son empleados de la ciudad. Hablemos de políticas todo el día si quieren. Y si tenemos que pasar a la acción con personas, hagámoslo en las urnas. No nos desquitemos con los funcionarios del orden público que trabajan para la ciudad. Nuestro departamento de alguaciles no es el mismo departamento de alcaides de Jackson. Tenemos que tener muy en mente las particularidades. Entonces, espero con ansias que nuestra ciudad reciba una elección primaria para las estrategias de despliegue y qué podemos mejorar en Durham, como siempre lo hemos hecho, pero dejémoslo muy en claro. Y quiero repetir algo que Sheriff Burkett dijo en, en la reunión anual de asuntos de la comunidad afrodescendiente respecto a la responsabilización y la conducta de esos oficiales, y es, no en nuestra ciudad. Eso sí, tocamos madera, oramos a Dios que eso no suceda. Los criminales con placas van a ser un problema en cualquier configuración que pongamos, ya sea que sean funcionarios de interacción ciudadana, inspectores, incluso cuando sean oficiales de policía patrullando en sus automóviles. Los criminales son un problema, sí, y nuestros ejercicios de vigilancia y de filtro tienen que permanecer fuertes, pero lo claro es que hay lecciones para aprender, pero yo no me voy a quedar de espectador de brazos cruzados mientras que nuestros empleados municipales los utilizan como carne de cañón para maquinaciones políticas. Eso no aplica a Durham. Que Dios bendiga a Durham y que Dios bendiga a Terrini. Gracias, alcalde Pro Tem. Adelante, concejala Freeman. Gracias, señora alcaldesa. Yo quiero también eh, resaltar y apreciar los comentarios de mis colegas. Yo quiero también mencionar que los asuntos regionales tienen un impacto. Entonces, el reconocimiento de la pérdida de una vida debido a la aplicación indebida del taser de Starry Williams requiere una apreciación y yo quiero apoyar esa solicitud para asegurarnos de que nosotros al menos hagamos algunas preguntas y nos aseguremos de que todos estamos en la misma página respecto a lo que estamos haciendo en Durham y cómo podemos ayudar a otros respecto a lo que está sucediendo en toda la región, así como lo hacemos con los servicios públicos. Yo también quiero agradecerle a nuestro equipo de la Universidad Central de Carolina del Norte por su victoria y gracias por lo que hacen por toda la comunidad. Y la razón por la cual ellos salen del campus de la universidad es porque son conscientes de que todo el mundo puede generar un impacto. Esas clases con esos estudiantes tienen el potencial para el impacto. Todas estas intervenciones tienen un impacto. Nos duele el corazón con lo que sucedió en Memphis y queremos dar una respuesta en la medida de lo que está sucediendo aquí. Yo quiero también mencionar que los reconocimientos que he leído por parte de la Junta de Asuntos Medioambientales, de eso sí, quiero proporcionar las fuentes y en caso de que alguien quiera ver para el lado de la mano de obra, fue el doctor Charles T. Stewart en la Universidad de Iowa, en tierras indígenas. Esa fue la rifusa.org. Esa es la organización que ha estado todo este tiempo. Feliz mes de la historia negra afrodescendiente. Aprecio también que la juxtaposición, el desfile con el mes de la historia, porque como ciudad, como estado y como región, hemos visto muchas cosas muy difíciles. Así que ese desfile fue una oportunidad para celebrar lo que es la negritud, la historia negra en nuestra comunidad. Yo también estoy vistiendo mi rojo, mi negro y un poquito de verde encima, encima de ese vino tinto y gris. Pero yo creo que es importante darnos cuenta que todo tiene impacto. Esos impactos pueden ser dañinos o beneficiosos. Así que queremos asegurarnos de que sean lo segundo, mediante tener conversaciones y poniendo las manos a la obra, porque no podemos ser innovadores y creadores sin alejarnos primero de la toxicidad y de la terminalidad. Con eso voy a cerrar mis comentarios. Espero con ansias lo que se viene a continuación. Yo sé que ya casi llegamos a la temporada de presupuesto y vamos a tener miles de conversaciones acerca de un montón de cosas, pero es importante que todos nosotros sigamos la conversación y que lleguemos al fondo a qué se refiere la gente cuando habla de los problemas que quejan a la comunidad, en vez de simplemente hacer conjeturas con base en los titulares, porque todo eso tiene un impacto. Muchas gracias. Gracias, concejala Freeman. Concejala Caballero. Gracias, buenas noches a todos. Hasta ahora ha sido una excelente reunión. Eh, Quería simplemente hacerles saber a las personas, ya que muchos lo han mencionado, que nuestro proceso presupuestal tiene un retiro. El primero es el viernes, perdón, el viernes 17 de febrero. Este año lo haremos en persona. Siempre lo haremos en sitio, en Main Street, y creo que normalmente, definitivamente nosotros grabamos y ojalá que hagamos la transmisión en vivo este año, pero es una reunión pública. Ahí es cuando comenzamos a tener conversaciones acerca del presupuesto que no terminará hasta el junio, cuando ya tengamos los presupuestos consolidados. Y luego tendremos un segundo retiro en marzo, lo mismo, y conversaciones iniciales abiertas al público, así como cualquier otra reunión que celebre el cual. Espero que pongan atención y que participen. Y ustedes pueden hacer el seguimiento a través de varios medios si no lo pueden hacer en presencia. Muchas gracias. Gracias a ustedes. Yo tengo un par de anuncios. Primero que todo, feliz mes de la historia negra y de nuevo, Go Eagles, que vivan los Eagles. Yo siempre seré fan de las Águilas. Orgullo de Águilas amplificado. Este ha sido un momento muy ocupado aquí en la ciudad, pero tenemos algunas cosas buenas para el sábado en la noche. Nosotros vamos a hacer la celebración de Durham Black Chamber y vamos a celebrar a Desiree Palmer. Yo simplemente quería saludar a los propietarios de negocios que han estado reuniéndose durante mucho tiempo. Nos divertimos mucho. Tuvimos mucha participación en el desfile del Orgullo Negro. Nos divertimos mucho y hay muchas cosas buenas que están sucediendo en Durham. Tengo algunos comentarios acerca de la situación de Memphis. Yo he estado en contacto con el jefe Davis, he estado teniendo algunas conversaciones allí y él me ha mantenido actualizada. Tuve una reunión bastante interesante y yo, yo pedí que una joven en particular fuera incluida como presentadora. Su nombre es Samantha Crop. Creo que ella también se reunió con la concejala Freeman esta tarde. Ella es Ella tiene muchas cosas interesantes para decir, tuvo muchas cosas interesantes para decirme hoy acerca de la cuenca acuífera de Brick Creek. Ella, en su calidad de guardiana de cuerpos de agua, ha tomado, se ha encargado de hacer pruebas para la calidad del agua durante un año casi. Así que ella va a tener cosas muy interesantes para decirnos. Quería simplemente mencionarla, así como la información que ella nos va a proporcionar. Entonces, por favor, estén pendientes. Yo al menos voy a educarme más acerca de estos temas tan complejos alrededor del agua y alrededor de cómo hacer crecer nuestra ciudad de manera sostenible. También quiero tomar esta oportunidad para expresar mis condolencias a la familia Nichols y a muchas otras en el país que se han visto envueltas en en estos acontecimientos tan nefastos y tan desafortunados. Eso me hace recordar cuando yo fui jueza durante 24 años aquí en la ciudad y en varias partes del estado. Simplemente la criminalidad, definitivamente como alguien que tuvo que juzgar a nuestros agentes del orden público, muchos oficiales de muchas maneras en una corte de ley durante 24 años, tuve la oportunidad de representar a varias ciudades en varios condados. Definitivamente me di cuenta que no hemos tenido muchos de los problemas que se ven nacionalmente con nuestros departamentos aquí en Durham, los departamentos del alguacil, del sheriff y de la policía De hecho, han sido acreditados. Yo estuve en esa comisión durante muchos años. Allá fue donde conocí el director municipal diputado Keith Bennett, junto con Kalia. Su acreditación, su agencia de acreditación, precisamente otorga certificados a los funcionarios de la policía, a los oficiales. Y en esa época ellos eran la punta de lanza para la acreditación de esas organizaciones. Ese no es un proceso fácil. Requiere que uno haga un autoanálisis durante un año y luego regresas, haces trabajo con equipos, luego se revisan las políticas de la organización y el agente acreditador se asegura de que se mantengan al tanto las políticas de cumplimiento. Cuando yo fui parte de ese proceso, yo de hecho fui, eh, Durham tiene una tendencia de poner muchas personas locales en posiciones de poder. Entonces, el jefe Jack McNeil también es uno de nuestros locales, junto con Steve Chalmers, también un local. Nunca se fueron de Durham. Tenemos muchos oficiales así en las fuerzas policiales. Yo, de hecho, conozco de un equipo compuesto por un padre y un hijo. Cece Richards y su hijo han sido oficiales de policía. Y aquí en Durham. Entonces, yo tuve la oportunidad de conocerlos y de juzgar su comportamiento a diario. Y les digo que nosotros tenemos excelentes oficiales de policía. Y lo que me sorprendió acerca de las calles de Durham, porque yo también vengo de las calles, yo vengo de la parte oeste y yo mantengo mi crédito de la calle. Yo no solamente predico, yo aplico lo que predico. Y yo conozco gente de los Crips, gente de los Bloods, crecí con la gente de Southside, yo crecí junto muchos de ellos y sus padres. Y ellos siempre, las calles, s- siempre, cuando tenemos algunos malos retoños o dos, antes de que uno se dé cuenta, incluso antes de que nosotros tuviéramos la oportunidad de reaccionar en el sistema de corte, los departamentos ya se habían encargado de esos problemas que brotaban en la comunidad. Eso lo vi una y otra vez, porque cualquier entidad así de grande van a haber malos agentes, malos personajes, ya sea el gobierno estatal, el gobierno nacional, la iglesia, la familia. Van a haber malos personajes, entonces no todo el mundo va a ser bueno, pero lo que yo sí creo, lo que aprendí cuando yo fui jueza durante 24 años en este estado, es que tenemos un sistema de democracia y la manera en la que nosotros llevamos a cabo o aplicamos las leyes y las normas culturales de nuestra sociedad están enraizadas en muchas instancias de racismo, clasismo y todo ese tipo de cosas, pero el principio básico, que es la democracia, y cómo hacemos el orden público funciona. Simplemente necesita ajustes, como todos los necesitamos. Les puedo decir que cuando yo voy a ese departamento policial y veo las protestas de desfinanciar la policía, sabiendo el trabajo tan arduo que ponen esos hombres y esas mujeres, eso me duele, porque en un momento, cuando yo primero me subí al estrado como jueza, teníamos electoria para la graduación y presidimos muchas graduaciones de la academia y teníamos 20, 30, 40 cadetes que subían al estrado, que querían ser oficiales de policía. Y hoy, durante los últimos 2 o 3 meses, tuvimos menos de 10 cadetes que atravesaron todo el proceso para volverse oficiales de policía. Eso nos debería decir algo. No se trata del dinero, un poco sí, pero algunos de estos movimientos han tenido una consecuencia colateral. Y la consecuencia colateral de la que yo fui testigo es que cuando yo iba a las escuelas para el Día de la Vocación, veíamos niños que querían ser policías y bomberos. Ahora ya no, por esa consecuencia colateral. Se ha vuelto casi imposible encontrar personas que quieran ser oficiales de policía. Y cada sociedad que tenga leyes tiene que tener una manera de hacerlas valer. Para ello tenemos los oficiales de policía y personas que ponen sus vidas en riesgo para hacer valer esas leyes. No muchos de nosotros lo harían. Por lo tanto, hay consecuencias y nuestro departamento de policía no puede combatir el crimen como lo necesitamos debido a ello. E incluso hoy en día aquellos que están involucrados en la violencia por pandillas llaman a la policía cuando hay problemas. Si algo sale mal y necesitamos un oficial de policía, ah, vamos a encontrar la manera de llamarlo a nuestro hogar, incluso nosotros que somos funcionarios públicos y no podemos utilizar la fuerza policial. Yo no creo que tengamos que hacerlo a expensas de la comunidad y nuestros departamentos de seguridad. No demonicemos a aquellos que se ponen la placa porque tienen en el corazón la valentía de salir a las calles, mientras que nosotros dormimos por la noche. Esas personas están dispuestas a recibir un balazo por nosotros cada día. Entonces, no quise ponerme muy sermoneadora, pero yo los veo. Yo no sé si alguien aquí pueda decirlo, pero yo los he visto. Oficiales de policía todos los días, 24 años, y tuve que juzgar su comportamiento. Y mi impresión es que nosotros tenemos un excelente equipo de agencias del orden público aquí en Carolina del Norte, en Durham particularmente. Yo lo puedo decir con conocimiento de causa. Y eso sí fue hace tiempo. Pero muchos de esos agentes todavía siguen prestando sus servicios para proteger a la ciudad. Entonces, yo estoy con ustedes, hombres y mujeres vestidos de azul. Ahora, bueno, alcalde pro tem, ya tiene la palabra. Gracias, alcaldesa. Con permiso, vamos a pasar a la agenda. Bienvenidos a todos de nuevo. En este momento vamos a pasar a la secretaria municipal para cualquier ítem de prioridad. Muchas gracias y buenas noches, alcalde pro tem, señora alcaldesa y miembros del Consejo Municipal de Durham. Yo tengo dos temas de prioridad. Esta noche, el tema de la agenda número 9, el tema del anexo consolidado 1101 Oxford Road. Es para las administraciones al Departamento de Planeación de la Ciudad. Y finalmente, el número de la agenda 13, que es un tema de consolidación anexado al anexo H, que es un mapa de servicios públicos que ha sido modificado y también fue reemplazado con un nuevo anexo, que es el H. Es un mapa de desarrollo. Muchas gracias y eso es todo lo que tengo para ustedes esta noche. Muchas gracias. Se anotan entonces observaciones, no se requieren más. Voy a pedirle, ahora le voy a dar la palabra al al fiscal municipal para cualquier comentario. Buenas noches a todos, a los miembros del consejo. Qué bueno verlos a ustedes. No tenemos temas de prioridad. Ahora voy a dar la palabra a la secretaria para cualquier tema prioritario que va a tener. Buenas noches, señor alcalde pro tem, y alcaldesa O'Neill y a los miembros del consejo. Nuestro departamento no tiene ningún tema de... Muchas gracias. En este momento yo voy a leer, no, voy a leer la agenda de consentimiento. Estos son temas que nuestro consejo ya ha tenido la oportunidad de tratar y y todos estos se van a aprobar con un voto colectivamente. Sin embargo, cualquier miembro del público residente puede hablar acerca de cualquiera de estos temas y lo vamos a comentar al final de la reunión. Voy a leer entonces los temas de la agenda de consentimiento, la aprobación de las minutas del Consejo Municipal, número 2, el reporte de la convocación pública de diciembre de 2022, número 3, acuerdo de confianza con la First Baptist Church Durham, Carolina del Norte. Número 4, contrato ST327C, servicios de gestión de pavimento. Número 5, primera enmienda al contrato entre la ciudad de Durham y Rubicon Global LLC para tecnologías vehiculares para recolección de residuos sólidos. Número 6, otorgamiento de contrato de construcción para contratistas de tuberías, Pipeline Contractors Inc., para el proyecto de reemplazo de la carretera de Chapel Hill. Número 10, anexación consolidada Mockingbird Lane y Sharon Road. Número 11, anexación consolidada National Heritage Academies y su charter Oak Grove. Número 12, desarrollo unificado o enmienda del texto de la ordenanza de desarrollo unificado. Número 13, anexación consolidada Maker Ridge. Ese es el final de la agenda prioritaria. Voy, ¿quién aprueba aquí? Entonces la agenda, pues, una moción de la doctora Jaime, un apoyo de la concejala Caballero. Por favor, abre el voto, señora secretaria. Por favor, cierren los votos y luego lo reportamos. Va la moción 7-0. Gracias. La agenda de consentimiento se adopta. Ahora vamos a seguir con los temas de los órganos públicos. Para esto, voy a darle la palabra a la Muchas gracias, alcalde Pro Tem. Este es el ítem número 10 de la agenda de temas generales, la anexación consolidada de Mockingbird Lane y Sharon Road. Esta es un asunto de zonificación pública. Alcalde O'Neill, alcalde Pro Tem Middleton, honorables miembros del Consejo, buenas noches. Soy Andy Lester del Departamento de Planeación. Un placer estar con ustedes esta noche. Antes de comenzar, que todos los temas del Departamento de Planeación han sido publicados según conformidad con la ley y los affidavits se encuentran archivados en el Departamento de Planeación. Es para adoptar un anexo de ordenanza Mockingbird Sharon Road, NTL Associates. Esta solicitud es para 7 parcelas de tierra, en total 21.1 acres ubicados en 1408 Sharon Road, 15 Passion Lane y 14, 17, 14, 14, 14, 11 y 14, 17 Mockingbird Lane. La petición de la adopción es para la expansión contigua de los límites corporativos. El solicitante propone anexar las propiedades para conectar los servicios de la ciudad y facilitar la construcción de hasta 125 unidades de viviendas adosadas. La zonificación en este momento es residencial rural y residencial suburbana 20. El solicitante propone cambiar la designación a residencial 5.09 a 522 unidades de vivienda adosada. Esta solicitud recibió la recomendación de aprobación por parte de la Comisión de la Planeación en julio de 2022. Se escuchó el caso y se continuó el 5 de diciembre de 2022 en la audiencia pública municipal. La propiedad en este momento está designada como residencial de baja densidad en el Plan de Ordenamiento Territorial Futuro 5.499 y las zonificaciones con la designación. Según el Plan de Ordenamiento Territorial Futuro, si se aprueba esta zonificación, no habrá cambios al Plan de Ordenamiento Territorial Futuro y como recordatorio, se requieren 3 votos para 3 mociones. La primera es para adoptar la ordenanza anexando la propiedad y celebrar un contrato de extensión de servicios públicos. El segundo es adoptar la ordenanza. La número 3 es adoptar la declaración de consistencia. Estaremos aquí pendientes para cualquier pregunta que tengan. Muchas gracias. Gracias. Ya escucharon el reporte del personal y me gustaría declarar esta audiencia pública abierta. Primero, ¿tenemos alguna pregunta para el personal por parte de los miembros del Consejo? Gracias. Ya que no veo ninguna pregunta, vamos a pasar a los comentarios públicos. Tenemos 8 personas que se inscribieron para hablar, 2 proponentes y 6 oponentes. Señora secretaria, ¿hay alguien que se le indique que le gustaría ser escuchado sobre este tema? No, para el tema 10. Bien. Entonces, primero voy a pasar a los proponentes. Mina Goshi, Pamela Porter. Le voy a dar a todo el mundo 3 minutos y ustedes van a tener tiempo para contestar esos comentarios al final, a menos que necesiten más tiempo. Pues yo soy Pam Porter con TMT Associates 1.0. Hoy tengo Red Baker, que es The Men's Group, a John Bode Start Group y a Bill Harrell con Harper Communities, el ingeniero, el abogado y el desarrollador para este proyecto respectivamente. Muchas gracias, Andy, por su presentación. Y como lo mencionó Andy, un poco más de 21 acres que se solicitan para rezonificación para el 5 punto, para desarrollo de casas adosadas. Esta es una propiedad que tiene una forma irregular que llevan a algunos de los asuntos de la gente que se describieron. El propietario en este momento la tiene para la venta, la compró. Por eso es que parece como en la forma de pintas de cangrejo. Hay tres propiedades al oeste de nosotros que hemos tratado de incluir como parte de nuestra solicitud de anexo. Hemos contactado a esos propietarios y nos han dicho que no quieren ser parte del proyecto de anexación. Desafortunadamente, nuestra anexación sí deja algunas zonas sin cubrir y queremos llegar a esos vecindarios para cubrir, al menos para no dejar eh, tierra del condado sin cubrir. Tuvimos dos reuniones vecinales, una 17 de junio de 2021 y la segunda el 13 de enero de 2021. Parece que las preocupaciones que tenían los vecinos en esas reuniones fueron contestadas. No queríamos simplemente proceder sin al menos haber que sanado los problemas y las preocupaciones allí. Tuvimos también una recomendación de aprobación en la reunión de la Comisión de Planeación y yo veo que ya se me está sacando el tiempo, entonces nos comprometemos a que la entrada de construcción esté en Sharon Road como resultado directo de nuestra reunión vecinal en la que quisimos hacer conexiones al vecindario que no querían tráfico atravesando sus vecindarios. Entonces hicimos un compromiso con ellos. Vamos a tener 7 entradas, así como también 4 de 3 baños y 3 habitaciones con 600 pies. Nos comprometemos a una donación al fondo dedicado para vivienda accesible al menos $5,222. He hecho un compromiso para suspender la detonación y pruebas de detonación respecto a esta área. Generalmente los proyectos en esta área han implementado detonaciones y hubo preocupaciones al respecto. Entonces queríamos añadirlo como resultado de también escuchar algunas de las preocupaciones de los vecinos en estas reuniones de consejo. También decidimos poner una adenda sobre las detonaciones. Otros compromisos que hemos añadido, ya que nosotros estamos trabajando con el Departamento de Planeación, vamos a tener también una zona de buffer natural que en este momento es que y puede tomarse más tiempo si quiere. Ya casi termino. Vamos a incrementar nuestra donación a las escuelas públicas de Durham de $2,500 a $22,000. Cuando estábamos atravesando todo este proceso, la ecuación respecto a cuántos estudiantes íbamos a cubrir cambió. Y justo después de pasar a la Comisión de Planeaciones, quisimos ajustar la donación porque nos pareció que era apropiado para este proyecto. Queríamos que el monto para donantes fuera apropiado. Eso es todo lo que tengo y estaré complacido de responder cualquier pregunta que ustedes tengan. Muchísimas gracias. Señor Porter, usted también quiere hablar. Correcto, sí. Pues vamos a pasar a los oponentes. Nuestro primer ponente es Pam Andrews. Bienvenida, señorita Andrews. Tiene 3 minutos. Buenas noches a todos. Feliz mes de la historia negra. Quiero decirle también a la señora alcaldesa O'Neill, muchas gracias por sus comentarios esta noche, porque yo casi fui viuda cuando apuñalaron a mi esposo, que también es oficial de policía, en la línea del deber. Sé que venimos a hablar de Lake Creek, pero hoy quiero hablar de Little Lake Creek, porque estas propiedades están entrando allí. Parte del reporte de evaluación de acuíferos de 2017, voy a citarlo. Este acuífero representa un acuífero bastante importante en la ciudad de Durham. El proyecto Little Creek Watershed Project fue creado para poder propender por la calidad del agua y las condiciones de hábitat de la quebrada y también para proteger con regulaciones de la calidad de la misma. Esta ha estado en la lista de Carolina del Norte de acuíferos protegidos y ha presentado alta turbidez y bajos contenidos de oxígeno desde 2008. El acuífero del Little Lake Creek eh, es un agua sensible a los nutrientes y en esfuerzos para reducirla la polución que entra a la quebrada o al lago, se adoptaron regulaciones especiales para implementar estrategias de renutrientes allí, que también se les conoce como la Lake Rules. Esto implicaba que las comunidades locales tenían que las conclusiones que prevenirían el crecimiento de algas nocivas. Y también en el documento de las mejoras a la calidad del agua se tenía que minimizar el impacto de las escorrentías del agua. Esto se requiere que el municipio encargue dos aspectos de la urbanización, el desarrollo actual y el desarrollo nuevo. Una porción significativa del acuífero será utilizada para agricultura y para tierras no desarrolladas durante los siguientes 20 años. Este es un documento de 2015 y predecía que ya iba a suceder esto en la evaluación del acuífero. En 2017, este tuvo una degradación, de nuevo en 2019, de nuevo en 2020 y en 2021 no hay datos para 2022 y 2023. Esta función puede llevar a un declive en la calidad del agua, a la degradación y la pérdida del hábitat junto con las especies que viven allí. Road Park es un ejemplo perfecto. Es ese corriente de 6.000 pies lineal se volvió muy costosa para arreglarla, ya que perdió la calidad del agua. Se tiene que pagar $100,000 de los 100,300 millones de dólares. 1,365,000 dólares para ser exactos. Este es el momento para proteger nuestras quebradas y las que alimentan a Falls Lake. Necesitamos poner un control a los nuevos desarrollos y necesitamos evaluar la calidad de estas aguas. Estamos solicitando de nuevo un estudio medioambiental comprensivo para nuestra área. Por favor, muchísimas gracias. Gracias por hablar. Gracias, señora Andrews. Ponente, nuestro siguiente ponente es la señora Donna Steinbeck. Bienvenida. Por favor, díganos su nombre y su dirección. Tiene 3 minutos. Hola, yo soy Donna Steinbeck, 4824 Jennings Road en Durham, Carolina del Norte. Querida alcaldesa O'Neill, alcalde de Middleton y concejales, hemos tenido problemas con Mockingbird, con el plan de desarrollo Mockingbird Lane y Sharon Park, que han cumplido muy pocas de las solicitudes de la enmienda al plan de control de calidad 008. Hemos tenido muchas métricas de planeación pobres. Las métricas se las envié la semana pasada a cada miembro del consejo. Cumplir las ordenanzas mínimas no nos va a ayudar a descontaminar el suelo. Se ha probado que todavía tenemos temas con la erosión. Por eso necesitamos las nuevas enmiendas y las nuevas enmiendas necesitan ser mejores de las que tenemos. Para remediar esta propuesta, yo tengo algunas sugerencias por parte de la matriz medioambiental. La solicitud es que la detonación se le vaya precedida de 10 días y que se establezca un cronograma, como lo vemos en el desarrollo, como el texto en el desarrollo para que es el compromiso 14. También me gustaría solicitar que si hay varias violaciones, que se inicie una orden de detención, porque estas tienen consecuencias muy malas para los miembros de la comunidad. Y la prueba de pozos no se ha completado en ningún sitio. Fue en 2022 y este año. Entonces, solicitamos plan de gestión de aguas minerales a 10 años. Se mencionó que iba a haber un plan de sitio, pero es muy tarde para recibir retroalimentación municipal o del público. Después de esta reunión, pues parte de el agua de precipitación y sus controles es precisamente que mejoren, tener mejores términos de control. Queremos que las métricas vayan más allá de las mínimas viables. La erosión del suelo está en el 24%, que es el mínimo. o de hecho el máximo, es el peor escenario posible. El espacio abierto es del 17% y es el mínimo de nuevo. La preservación arbórea es del 17%, el mínimo otra vez. De nuevo, necesitamos mejores resultados, mejores métricas que reflejen estándares más altos. Solicitamos, hay una foto, comienzo, en el que se aprecian 100 pies de buffer perenne, de árboles perennes que sirvan de límite a la corriente. Nuestro siguiente ponente es Pam Williams. Muchas gracias. Bienvenida, por favor, nombre y dirección. Tiene 3 minutos. Gracias, mi nombre es Pam Williams, 2130 Journal Carolina del Norte, Durham. Yo no estoy en contra del desarrollo porque se necesita para que las personas que se mudan a nuestra área, pero sí tengo preocupaciones acerca de los estándares mínimos y el diseño propuesto. Hemos visto impactos a la erosión, a las escorrentías, hemos tenido problemas de infraestructura y de detonación. Estamos solicitando compromisos adicionales para el proyecto Mockingbird, a saber, en las autopistas estatales el control ha sido inadecuado y la aparición de estas carreteras en Durham suburbana ha sido problemática. Tenemos algunas ubicaciones en las que no ha habido un árbol entre las casas adosadas y las casas unifamiliares. Entonces solicitamos 30 pies de buffer de vegetación densa como la 5909, en donde se comprometieron allí con pies de vegetación densa en 6 de septiembre de 2022. Los buffers en las líneas propiedades solicitamos autorización. Estamos solicitando un límite de 30 pies en las líneas de la propiedad que sea natural, de 20 pies de grosor, y que pueda tener tantos árboles para hacer la tendencia como sea necesario. El valor de estas casas familiares ya cayó debido a la inexistencia de este límite de propiedades. Solicitamos también 6 puntos en 4 pies que separen las casas unifamiliares. Los freelance Shenron proporcionaron ese cumplimiento entre el desarrollo y los hogares unifamiliares existentes, pero no fueron límites claros. Este desarrollo está junto a Mockingbird Lane. Los del clearing and grubbing y ponen paredes de retención entre los buffers y no hay límites naturales al lado de las casas unifamiliares existentes que se ha hecho para casi cada desarrollo. Tráfico. El tráfico en Sharon Road y en esta área es muy congestionado. Entonces solicitamos un estudio acumulativo con cuotas de 24 horas en vez de los conteos minuciosos que solamente se dan en horas pico. Muchas de estas cosas, de estas casas, incluso no tenían cifras para este tráfico. Además del tráfico creciente, la mayoría de TIs representan esta área sobrepasa el crecimiento normal. Al haber asistido una reunión de este estudio, no encontramos apoyo para el NPO Silver Boulevard y se encontró mucho escepticismo a tener motocicletas en la avenida US. Nuestra siguiente ponente es Tina Pearson. Bienvenida, señorita Pearson. Por favor, díganos su nombre y dirección. Tiene 3 minutos. Bueno, muchas gracias. Buenas noches, alcaldesa Niel. Mi nombre es Tina Molly Pearson. Yo vivo en 2205 La Vera Branch Lane en Durham. Y quiero decir que esta área solía estar protegida porque representaba el suministro de agua de Falkland. Y también allí hemos visto el impacto de los suelos altamente erosionados con respaldo de estudios. La geología y la topografía son difíciles y es difícil desarrollar allí, pero los ingenieros les dirán la respuesta para esto. Pero ¿por qué Esta área es tan apetecida porque no se han hecho estudios. Parte es la infraestructura, pero parte también es porque es un área difícil para desarrollar debido a los suelos con alto índice de erosión, tiene muchas corrientes también, muchas quebradas. No se puede tampoco hacer una gradación en masa y dinamitar sin tener complicaciones. Es verdad, Tam lo señaló ya. Los contribuyentes pagan mucho dinero para que los desarrolladores vengan y desarrollen, y los contribuyentes terminan pagando por los buffers de escorrentías, literalmente millones de dólares que pagamos. Entonces, el mensaje básicamente es que tenemos que hacer algo mejor, porque las personas te van a terminar vendiendo las propiedades, los desarrolladores la compran, pero esto no es ideal. Si detenemos la gradación en masa, los árboles de hecho van a detener la erosión, como se supone que debe hacer. La tierra filtrará los nitratos y el fósforo como en la naturaleza. Y de esa manera no tendrá que hacerse tanta detonación. La sostenibilidad real no es solamente un término de moda. Mi padre trabajaba en finca raíz y él hizo algunos desarrollos. Y antes se hacía una limpieza para la carretera solamente donde se iba a construir la estructura. Eso funcionó para áreas como en North Fragish, que todavía se está haciendo eso ya. Entonces yo me di cuenta que este es un tema complicado y para ustedes también lo es. Y hay temas más importantes, pero a la larga todos vamos a tener que trabajar juntos para poder encontrar una solución porque las personas necesitan vivienda. Y a este paso los propietarios terminarán vendiendo sus terrenos. La dinamitación y la gradación en masa está causando problemas medioambientales y con los residentes. Entonces, denos la oportunidad de hacer algo mejor. Durham, la oportunidad de ser líder en cómo se hacen los desarrollos urbanísticos y cómo se protege la tierra y los árboles en el proceso. Uy, me quedan 23 segundos. Entonces, Little Lake Creek está en este área de interés. Entonces, espero que ustedes piensen acerca de lo que les dije, porque realmente es importante proteger nuestras aguas y nuestras tierras. Muchas gracias. Nuestro siguiente ponente es Thomas Freeman. Gracias. Bienvenido. Nombre dirección tiene 3 minutos. Buenas noches, mi nombre es Thomas Freeman. He vivido durante toda la vida en Durham. Mi dirección es 1818 South Spring, Carolina del Norte, Durham. Buenas noches, alcaldesa. Antes de comenzar con un conteo de tiempo, gracias por sus palabras de aclaración acerca de los miembros del cuerpo policial de nuestra nación. Muchas gracias. Listo, yo tengo mucho que cubrir aquí. No me va muy bien hablando rápido, pero simplemente voy a compartir con ustedes muy rápidamente un estudio que tomó lugar a que es un estudio de mejora del acuífero de Little Lake en 2016. El plan era, el plan fue por el Ayuntamiento de Durham y en ese plan voy a leer el apartado de mejora y protección de las aguas corrientes. El precio es $23,183,000. Eso está en su documento 2016. Y eso es antes de que cualquiera de los proyectos comentaran en el acuífero Little Creek. Hoy en día, 3,000 viviendas y ese total de costo sería 24,85. Esto es una cifra que no incluye nada de eso. Yo propondría que si los inversionistas y los desarrolladores quisieran venir a nuestra comunidad, esta es la factura a pagar. Páguenla, que la liberen y que no se la adjunten, que no se la asignen a los contribuyentes. Aquí tengo algunos estudios comisionados por la Comisión del Condado y la ciudad acerca de la protección de los acuíferos, pero quiero centrarme en el Little Creek Local Water Plan, llevado a cabo en 2006 por parte de el ARBA de las Naciones Unidas. Little Creek está en la lista 303D, dada los niveles bajos de oxígeno disuelto. La cuenca acuífera de Little Lake no es tan pequeña como lo sugiere la palabra little de su nombre. Tiene 2.8 millas cuadradas de área de drenaje grande y es uno de las áreas de drenaje más grandes de Carolina del Norte. Los residentes aquí viven en vecindarios de baja densidad de casas familiares. Este proyecto cubre 10% y ya la cuenca ya está en 12%. Me encantaría seguir dándoles detalles, pero ya escuché el timbre. Aprecio su tiempo para escucharme. Muchas gracias. Gracias, señor Freeman. Nuestro siguiente ponente es Rebecca Freeman. Bienvenida. Por favor, cuéntenos su nombre y su dirección. Yo soy Rebecca Freeman, 1818 AP South West Durham, y quiero decirle muchas gracias por la oportunidad de hablar aquí. Buenas noches, alcaldesa O'Neill, alcalde pro tem Middleton y miembros del consejo. Quiero hablar un poquito acerca de las escuelas. Hay que entender que la cifra ha cambiado. Lo que se va a contribuir a las escuelas. El plan era 54 estudiantes y eran $500 por estudiantes. Entonces, cuando lo cambiaron a 22,000 dólares, no sé cuánto se incrementó la cifra por estudiantes. Sería 27,000 con base en 24. Entonces, hay más de 54 o menos o lo que sea. Debería ser 17,000, que es $54 por estudiante, que es lo que los desarrolladores han contribuido. Algo que quería preguntar era, Durham, la acidez del Durham se ha considerado una tarifa de impacto para las escuelas y para nuevos desarrollos, o esto depende de que el desarrollador contribuya lo que pueda contribuir. Y lo otro es que yo quiero anotar que las escuelas públicas de Durham invierten por estudiante $17,000 por año, 17,000 dólares por año. Esa es la cifra que yo encontré la primavera pasada. Eso es una contribución muy grande por estudiante para poder recibir los desarrollos que van a ingresar. Lo último que voy a mencionar rápidamente es que quiero hablar de la infraestructura. Una de las razones por la cual quiero hablar acerca de la infraestructura esta vez, así como la última vez, es que había una declaración del Durham County DAS el 17 de enero de 2023. En su página web tuvieron empleados que habían ocupado de 14 a 16 ambulancias durante el día. Le gustaría ocupar 18 unidades adicionales, pero las reducciones del fleet que han sucedido durante los últimos años implica que hay una escasez de mecánicos en los destinos. Un mecánico que quedó en enero de 2023, entonces hay pocos mecánicos que traen en las ambulancias. Es difícil reparar las ambulancias y es difícil, más difícil aún, llevarlas a talleres. Simplemente allá no tienen los servicios que necesitan. Las nuevas ambulancias le están tomando 700 días o algunos años para ser entregadas. Tenemos un problema porque no tenemos suficientes ambulancias para satisfacer las necesidades allí. En enero 13, 2023, no habían paramédicos disponibles cuando la gente llamó. Y en el 13 había 8 ambulancias en servicio, cuando debía ser 14 o 16 ambulancias disponibles. Y feliz mes de la historia negra. Muchas gracias por su atención. Gracias, señora Freeman. Nos dicen que hay un ponente adicional en línea y vamos a ver si es proponente u oponente. Es de último minuto. Hola, ¿me escuchan todos? Sí, lo escuchamos. ¿Usted es proponente u oponente de este caso? Oponente. Gracias. Nombre, dirección. Tiene 3 minutos para hablar. Gracias. Mi nombre es Jerry Ray. Yo vivo en Sally Road y me gustaría producirles audio que tomé ayer y el sábado del paramédico del departamento de policía y espero que lo puedan escuchar. La primera llamada que quiero que escuchen, paramédico que llegó a la escena y que solicitó al departamento de policía oficiales y el departamento de policía no. Lo que dice es poco personal, o sea, no hay oficiales del departamento de policía que puedan ir a esa escena donde se les solicita su presencia. La siguiente llamada es del CR. Otras personas más nos pueden contar qué es esto, más de lo que yo puedo. Pero sí quiero decirles que hay muchos distritos policiales en Durham que no tienen CRT y que les gustaría tenerlos. Esta es una de las llamadas alusivas a ello. Esto fue ayer domingo. El CRT no cubre el distrito 40. La siguiente llamada es del sábado en Bayable Street. Es una llamada al 911 y no hay primera respuesta, no hay personal de primera respuesta.
Well, I won't repeat the address, but it was Fayetteville Street and EMF.
Para repetir la dirección, esa era 12 Bayable Street. No había personal de primera respuesta para ese momento. Eso fue el sábado. No había personal de primera respuesta disponible. Si se aprueba el desarrollo de vivienda, si hay más casas, hoy por hoy tenemos una escasez de personal en el departamento de policía. Yo escucho a los paramédicos la escena solicitando apoyo de la policía que esté allí para asegurar la escena antes de que ingrese el paramédico y los despachadores le dicen que no hay oficiales de policía disponibles debido a pues debido a la escasez de los oficiales de policía. Eso me duele. Y eso es todo lo que tengo. Muchas gracias por su tiempo. Gracias. Final de los ponentes que teníamos, señora secretaria. ¿Tenemos alguien por Zoom? Recordemos que esta es una audiencia pública. Perdón. ¿Alguien más que le gustaría hablar? Bueno, los proponentes tienen 14 minutos para responder lo que ya se escuchó. Adelante. Gracias. Simplemente quiero responder a un par de los comentarios que se hicieron. Este sí son 21 acres sin forma definida. Tenemos 21 buffers que cruzan la propiedad de sur a norte y estuvimos dialogando acerca de cómo deberíamos desarrollarlo. No teníamos sentido desarrollar los apartamentos porque era una densidad baja en esta área. Entonces, casas familiares o adosadas, quizás, pero luego quisimos tener la densidad para que el proyecto funcionara. Y luego optamos por las casas adosadas, que parecía el mejor uso para esta propiedad con base en conversaciones que tuvimos a nivel interno, también con ustedes, y estuvimos hablando acerca de específicamente de que las casas adosadas parecían la mejor opción. Estamos tratando de equilibrar la necesidad de vivienda y lo que va a funcionar. Estamos cerca de casas unifamiliares, no estamos planeando cosas adosadas en medio de la nada. Entonces, estamos continuando la tendencia de desarrollo en Chant Road. Algunas de las notas que había en la hoja de cálculo que se mostró, el 24, la zona impervia de 24%, eso sí hizo a propósito porque sabemos que hay problemas con la zona con la zona intacta y con las escorrentías. Entonces, sabemos que esa es una preocupación en el área. Como resultado, en nuestras corrientes, los buffers de corrientes de 115 pies, se está, de hecho, podemos aumentar el área de zonas sin perturbar, pero eso no funciona porque aquí estamos intentando crear un equilibrio entre la necesidad de vivienda y la necesidad de mantener la integridad del medio ambiente lo mejor que podemos. Alguien mencionó los salvamentos arboríferos de 76% al mínimo de 22% bajo propietarios previos. Esta zona fue talada. Todo se hizo bajo un permiso que fue presentado en nuestro departamento de planeación. Al final del día, cuando vamos al sitio del plan, pudimos aumentarlo a 24%. Están creciendo otra vez los árboles, no sabemos cuál va a ser la composición, nos comprometemos a 22%, no a 17%. Y un par de cosas que estamos dispuestos a asumir como compromisos es que vamos a comprometernos a un incremento de 15% para los estanques de sedimento temporales en vez de los, vam- vamos a hacer 150% de los estanques temporales de contención de erosión que hacemos normalmente. Y hicimos, los ingenieros que están aquí pueden darles los detalles técnicos. Hicimos que un ingeniero civil revisara el diseño de acumulación de escorrentías y intentamos hacer que el plan de 100 años funcionara, pero no pudimos. Eso invalidaría nuestra nación. A lo que nos podemos comprometer a un diseño de aguas pluviales de 25 años, no es de 150, pero es mejor que el plan a 10 años que tienen y estamos dispuestos a comprometernos a ello, pero no podemos comprometernos a más porque comenzamos a perder unidades y el proyecto ya no tendría sentido. Y hubo otro comentario acerca del tráfico. Cumplimos con el umbral para el TIA. El sitio no es lo suficientemente grande para tener 25 casas adosadas. Una vez que comencemos a hacer el diseño de los destaques permanentes y la gradación, nos dimos cuenta que no hubo necesidad de hacer el TIA. Quería simplemente hacer esas aclaraciones. Sí, intentamos hacer que lo de las aguas pluviales funcionara mejor, pero la forma irregular no nos lo permite. Hay muchas condiciones adversas en el sitio, entonces estamos esperando que podamos llegar a un compromiso entre ambas partes. Y seguramente si quieren escuchar más detalles técnicos, pues puedo invitar a mis colegas aquí al estrado, pero realmente podemos hacer algunos compromisos para poder satisfacer las preocupaciones de los vecinos. Muchas gracias. En este momento declaro esta audiencia pública cerrada y ya estamos abiertos a comentarios o preguntas de miembros del Consejo. Yo tengo una pregunta. Gracias. En respuesta a, bueno, le voy a pedir a nuestra directora municipal la que responda la llamada en términos de falta de respuesta. Muy bien, la directora Ferguson va a hablar en general respecto a algunos de los comentarios que se escucharon. Gracias. Yo soy director diputado municipal. Sin contexto respecto a esas llamadas, yo no podría poner lo que se escuchó en contexto. Obviamente, cualquier llamada para médicos despliegan también automáticamente los primeros respondientes del departamento de bomberos. Entonces, no creo que sea preciso eso de que no había respuestas disponibles, pero realmente necesitaría más información para poder dar una respuesta más a cabalidad. Si pudiéramos recibirnos la hora a la que se hizo la llamada al despacho, quizás podríamos dar una respuesta más completa. Gracias. Concejala Freeman. Gracias. Acercamiento con el señor Freeman, que ya no lo veo. Está bien, está bien. Simplemente quiero, se me faltó algo aquí. El último estudio del que él habló, quería anotarlo. ¿Qué año se hizo? Está bien, está bien. Bueno, quiero hacerle la pregunta al personal acerca de estos estudios. No sé si se actualizaron, si esta es información veraz. Quiero asegurarme de que el público sepa que del 2005 a 2010 a 2015, este, este estudio en Little Lake Creek y todos los aspectos de la restauración por aguas pluviales. ¿En dónde está ese estudio? ¿Cómo funciona? Por favor, si me pueden obsequiar un resumen. Buenas noches. Yo soy de Syria con el Departamento de Planeación. Eso es un asunto que voy a tener que buscar. Ese no es un proceso que lo maneja el Departamento de Planeación. Tendría que confirmar con mis colegas para poder. Gracias. Y me gustaría también más seguimiento porque yo creo que parte de ello es, es que yo sé que existen estudios así, pero no sé dónde buscarlos. Entonces, por favor, si esa información está disponible para que todo el mundo la pueda ver, sería muy bien. Gracias. Y tenía un par de preguntas para el equipo de desarrolladores, el equipo de constructores. Realmente aprecio mucho las profetas adicionales. Esto surgió en julio de 2022 y han pasado solamente los últimos 2 meses hemos estado hablando de este tema con la acumulación de limo y quería simplemente volver a revisar algunas de esas solicitudes alrededor de lo que era enmiendas. Estoy tratando de recordar era punto 8,6%. Quiero escuchar su respuesta al respecto. Si nuestro sitio fuera un rectángulo perfecto, un cuadrado perfecto, sería muy fácil eh, añadir más árboles, pero cuando nosotros hacemos la planeación de los sitios, eh, es difícil con las formas irregulares añadir más arborización, pero es difícil, es difícil. Hay partes en donde ese buffer arborífero se reduce y luego se ensancha y se reduce. Comenzamos entonces a añadir, por ejemplo, buffers más anchos, buffers del paisaje como tal, o sea, áreas limítrofes, y nuestra área de desarrollo se fue reduciendo, reduciendo hasta que ya no tuvimos proyecto. Sabemos que hay necesidad de vivienda accesible. Las casas adosadas tienen un sentido para ese propósito, es lo que más tiene sentido, pero yo temo que si empezamos a añadir buffers más gruesos, ya no nos vamos a quedar sin espacio para nuestro proyecto. Si fuera un cuadrado perfecto, sí, podríamos hacer que los buffers fueran más anchos o las áreas limítrofes, pero nuestra área de construcción de una forma muy irregular y nos quitaría mucho espacio para lo que queremos hacer. Yo quiero mencionar específicamente, tratando de asegurarme de revisar esta información. Hay una sección pequeña de Sharon Road y estás diciendo que eso sería demasiado, te quitaría demasiadas unidades. Es que no tenemos unidades al frente de Sharon Road, pero sí tenemos algunas que circundan a Sharon Road. Y si terminamos reduciendo el área, terminaría impactando el plan que tenemos de estanques para las escorrentías pluviales. Muy bien, me parece que en este caso en particular es un sitio difícil, eso sí, y eso es lo que yo digo. Y es difícil por muchas razones que se declararon previamente. Por ejemplo, eh, en aquellas partes en las que hay una oportunidad para mejorar el manejo de las escobillas y mantener el sedimento lejos del acuífero, sería genial. Ahora, respecto a las detonaciones, yo no estoy segura si las residentes que están alrededor de los 2.000 pies de su área de desarrollo notan demasiado las detonaciones. Me parece a mí que la notificación se estaría bien. Bueno, no hemos hecho ningún geotécnico, entonces quizás puede que no haya ningún tipo de detonación. En ese momento no estamos seguros, pero sí queremos establecer una condición en nuestro plan acerca de las detonaciones porque sabemos que es una preocupación para los proyectos en esa área, pero podría darse el caso que una vez que llegamos a la parte geotécnica, vaya necesidad de detonaciones. Y bueno, para aclarar las cosas, esa es una preocupación para aquellos que tienen sépticos y pozos. Entonces, tendrían ustedes que contactar el personal de administración de municipal para saber quiénes son esos residentes en particular. Simplemente asegurarse de que los vecinos que tengan fosos sépticos se les notifique de cuándo va a ocurrir las detonaciones. Eso es apenas natural. El área al oeste, yo sé que está en la ciudad, en el casco urbano, es más que todo al oeste. Sí, estamos dispuestos a trabajar con el personal de administración. Claro que sí. Esto es lo que tengo. Gracias, concejala. ¿Alguna otra preocupación, concejala Caballero? Gracias, buenas noches. Aprecio todas las ofrecimientos y también todas las disposiciones a ponerse de acuerdo con los ciudadanos. Vemos cada vez más alineamiento en las manifestaciones de los vecinos respecto al manejo de escorrentías, a aumentar el tamaño de los estanques para lidiar con la erosión. Algo de los temas de sedimentación que se ha mencionado por, no recuerdo cuáles residentes y me disculpo por ello, respecto al agua a la calidad del agua, ya se está resolviendo con el RBA. Y yo quiero hablar al respecto un poco. Porque yo trabajé en ese departamento durante muchos años. En su momento, los estanques eran un movimiento muy progresivo porque teníamos muchas batallas del agua con la comunidad, no solamente en Raleigh y en Durham, sino también en áreas circundantes. El Falls Lake impacta muchas comunidades, muchos estados, muchos municipios. Tenemos algo de los mejores equipos de trabajo y de tarea trabajando en esos departamentos acuíferos, no solamente a nivel del estado, sino también en la nación. Entonces, tengo mucha fe en nuestros especialistas en calidad del agua. Tenemos muchos de los mejores profesionales y la ciudad tiene eso, lo hemos tenido durante mucho tiempo. Monitoreamos nuestra agua muy cuidadosamente. Entonces, quiero hablar algunas personas nos ven y no saben lo que está sucediendo. Entonces, la RBA tiene que ver con la calidad del agua. Es uno de las regulaciones más estrictas sobre la calidad del agua en Carolina del Norte y siempre la cumplimos. Entonces, tener un proyecto enfrente de nosotros que nos está hablando acerca de estanques de retención, de zonas imperturbadas, todas estas cosas, de hecho, limpian el agua. Se aseguran de que, pero en aras de asegurarse de que el agua se mantenga agrícola, se contamina el agua corriente abajo. Entonces yo quería compartir eso porque hay mucha ciencia y yo científica cuando yo llegaba a esas reuniones me abrumaban la cantidad de datos y detalles técnicos con la calidad del agua, pero yo quiero saber, yo quiero que sepan los ciudadanos que tenemos algunos de los mejores profesionales trabajando en este tema. Y esto, a su vez, beneficiaría a las comunidades circundantes de Falls Lake. Aprecio entonces lo que está tratando de hacer el solicitante. Tenemos una gran tarea y es como reequilibrar la densidad con las regulaciones medioambientales. Y también reconozco el hecho de que están tratando de trabajar con la comunidad para sacar adelante el proyecto. Gracias, concejal Free. Gracias. Muchas gracias por los temas que resalta la concejala Caballero. Obviamente esos temas que tocan a la ciudad están a la par con hacer lo mejor que podamos, pero quiero aclarar que hay algunas conversaciones que se han tenido y me gustaría que el personal se asegure de que yo tengo la razón al decir lo siguiente. No creo que estemos haciendo las pruebas del agua cerca de los sitios de desarrollo que hemos estado probando. Ahí creo que es donde se está dando la desconexión. Y quiero entender si los profesionales encargados de la calidad de los ríos nos están ofreciendo esos datos porque nosotros no podemos hacer las pruebas en todos lados. Creo que tenemos que reconocer que sí tenemos la capacidad para hacer estas cosas, pero también tenemos que reconocer que estamos expandiéndonos y creciendo a un ritmo en el que quizás no sé si lo podamos cubrir todo con nuestras regulaciones y políticas. Espero que sí. Gracias, concejal Williams. Gracias. Seré muy breve. No hay penalidad para información no vetada que se ponga en la esfera pública. Entonces quiero declarar de nuevo que respecto a la seguridad pública, respecto a la respuesta ante emergencias, que eso podría tener quizás como un efecto de enjambre. Todo el mundo responde. Si no hay un paramédico en el momento, los bomberos cargan del caso o la policía. Esta es una ciudad en crecimiento y van a haber veces en las que nuestro aparato de respuesta que no pueda estar disponible, hay otros que sí lo estarán. No hay penalidad. Pues se puede decir cualquier cosa y está bien, pero la verdad es que sí tenemos más residentes que están comenzando a poner atención y estoy recibiendo preguntas como, ¿cómo podemos declararnos ciudad sin tener equipo de respuesta de emergencia? Pues eso no es verídico. Quiero añadir algo de contexto a la persona que hizo su comentario por internet, que es, hay respuesta. Y yo siempre, yo tengo la fama de hacer preguntas difíciles para asegurarme de que estos temas sí queden cubiertos. Y lo otro es que estoy esperando con ansias la fecha en la que podamos compartir esa información con la ciudad, pero definitivamente esa información tiene que ser filtrada porque hay muchos expertos que yo de hecho conozco a la señora Trump e incluso si yo conozco su trabajo, quiero asegurarme de que la información que nos llega a nosotros eh, la evalúe primero el personal. Gracias, alcalde. Gracias, concejal Johnson. Yo quiero respaldar los comentarios del concejal Williams. Nuestra ciudad está segura en este momento. Si tenemos una llamada de emergencia del 911, las, ya- la mayoría de las llamadas a las que responde el departamento de bomberos son llamadas médicas, y es verdad. Nuestro departamento de bomberos son las personas que movilizan a los pacientes en muchos casos y que hacen el trabajo que salva vidas antes de que el transporte como tal llegue hasta allí. Ellos trabajan muy de cerca con ambulancias, pero no quiero que piense aquí nadie que hay que apagar a Durham hasta que arreglemos los organismos de primera respuesta, porque esto no sería sensato, lo que incluye agentes del orden público, médicos. Quiero preguntarle a la solicitante cuál es el precio anticipado por las casas adosadas. No tiene que ser una cifra perfecta. Como todos ustedes saben, es difícil predecir el precio exacto de las unidades. Durante nuestra segunda reunión vecinal, se predijo que estarían entre los 200 a antes de los 300. Eso podría cambiar, no sabemos. Ese es nuestro rango de precio predecido en este momento. Gracias. Yo sé que es una ciencia imperfecta. A mí me impresiona, a veces yo conduzco por los desarrollos sobre los que yo voto y veo los letreros que dicen con precios comenzando en. Los porcentajes son muy altos en lo que respecta a los precios que se publicitan. Y sea como sea, es interesante. La Comisión de Planeación votó casi unánimemente para aprobar este proyecto, con toda esta información medioambiental enfrente de ellos. Como tomador de decisión, y para aquellos que nos están viendo, quiero considerar el contexto en el que estamos trabajando, ¿no? La designación que le permite al IPA ofrecer ayuda al Estado. No estoy seguro de entender lo que tiene que ver los acuíferos con los edificios. La vida acuática, en tres designaciones, eh, la salud de la vida acuática. Y por cierto, si nos acercamos a un cuerpo acuífero en la naturaleza, no deberíamos beber su agua. Si llevamos a cabo pruebas en cualquier agua no tratada, incluso en el agua que sale del grifo en Durham, mm, no es apta para beber. Entonces, pero saber cuál es la diferencia. Los cuerpos acuíferos que no son tratados, que no están tratados, ya sea que estemos en la playa o los que vamos en la calle, y el agua que ha pasado a través de un sistema de filtración, ya sea a través de un pozo o a través de un sistema de filtración de tecnología de punta para la ciudad. Con todas esas pruebas sobre el agua, quiero que alguien me traiga agua de su grifo para poder someterlo a pruebas. Tráigame agua de su grifo con los niveles de los niveles que tenga. Esa es la lectura que yo quiero ver. Sí, de lo que escucho, si recibimos un, si recibimos una vía acuífera 3D, o bueno, dicho de otro modo, si aprobamos las ordenanzas que nos competen, lo que significa que aprobamos todas las solicitudes de los desarrolladores, si las aprobamos, todavía tenemos vías acuíferas en la 303D. Pero un momento, porque tenemos también un problema de primeros respondientes. Nos encargamos de los primeros respondientes, pero momento, casas adosadas no encajan en nuestro vecindario. Yo quiero que las personas que me están escuchando que pongan mucha atención, residentes y ciudadanos, porque yo sé que todos los que estamos en ambientalistas, pero lo voy a decir simplemente. En este debate hay un tema de mi patio no para todo el mundo. Nosotros simplemente me da la impresión de que estamos poniendo problemas y los estamos manifestando a ver qué nos soluciona. Durham tiene leyes que van a resolver todo y simplemente esperemos a las ordenanzas. O simplemente quitemos la de la lista 303D. O si cumplen con los estándares mínimos o si suben los estándares, vamos los estándares otra vez. Yo definitivamente yo quiero llamarle la atención a ese tema para todos los residentes que nos están viendo. De nuevo, esta ciudad está creciendo. La Comisión de Planeación ha escuchado todos estos argumentos que nosotros ya escuchamos y en este caso en particular de vivienda, se reconocen que la vivienda es un problema para nosotros. Y a veces me meto con el Departamento de Planeación para mostrar que no hay una moral superior, o sea, nadie tiene la respuesta. Nadie. Estas son elecciones difíciles y a nosotros se nos bendijo con una ciudad que crece, no una estancada, no una en la que la gente no quiere estar. Tenemos una escena cultural fantástica, somos una ciudad vibrante, pero también necesitamos vivienda para todo. Y tenemos que hacer ambas, proteger el medio ambiente y crecer la ciudad. Y ninguna de las dos posturas es moralmente superior a la otra. Entonces yo quiero mencionar las dos caras de la moneda y quiero mostrar respeto a los verdaderos ambientalistas que están en este espacio, pero también quiero reconocer a las personas que simplemente no quieren vecinos. No todo el mundo, no todo el mundo. Nosotros nos estaríamos engañando a nosotros mismos al no mencionar ese punto en este debate sobre desarrollos, porque es importante y yo voy a estar apoyando estos desarrollos. Muchas gracias. Gracias, alcalde Protem. Concejala Jaime. Muchas gracias. Gracias por, número uno, por ser incluyentes a la hora de escuchar las necesidades de la comunidad y al hacer más ofrecido. Quiero tocar el punto de la vivienda accesible, especialmente el número de casas. Bueno, el ofrecimiento es $62,500. ¿Y para el público? ¿Para las escuelas públicas? Un momento, por favor. $22,000. Bien, de nuevo, muchas gracias es que en sus declaraciones esta noche usted nos ha dicho, trataré de hacer esto, trataré de hacer lo otro. Eso lo aprecio. Nosotros necesitamos vivienda en esta ciudad, pero también tenemos residentes que están teniendo problemas con la calidad de su agua. Yo quiero llegar al fondo de eso. Yo sí sé que hemos hecho pruebas en el agua, creo que yo lo revisé en la página web, el agua pluvial se sometió a prueba, particularmente aquella de Lake Creek, y en 2022 en Pillar Creek el promedio era 70% de agua marina. Entonces yo quiero saber cuál va a ser la prueba en 2023. Yo sé que antes de 2022 era de 69 y luego subió. Entonces, mi preocupación es que sí, necesitamos vivienda, pero no queremos que esa vivienda se construya a expensas de las personas que no pueden beber agua, ¿no? Mm, Podemos construir y construir, pero las personas que se muden allá van a tener el mismo problema con la calidad del agua. Entonces, quiero tener claridad con eso. Ah, de nuevo, yo entiendo que somos una ciudad creciente y que necesitamos construir, pero también hay preocupaciones muy legítimas de la comunidad respecto a la calidad de su agua y yo quiero llegar al fondo de ese asunto. Gracias. Gracias, Cala. Concejala Freeman.
I was just gonna ask Mr. Freeman.
Yo quería pedirle al señor Freeman a que volviera otra vez porque noté que él estaba aquí en el recinto.
I appreciate it. I understood you.
Muchas gracias.
That's what you were talking fast
Usted
about.
nos dijo que usted no podía hablar muy rápido, pero igual no me dio tiempo para tomar notas. Bueno, me disculpo.
They
Y
are
estoy
facts.
reportando hechos, ¿no? Esto no me lo inventé yo. Esto son palabras que figuran en el plan, que figuran en los archivos de la comisión del condado, del municipio.
So just
Yo
specifically,
simplemente,
you were
usted,
quoting
usted,
dates
mm,
and
usted estaba hablando de fechas específicas y sí, momento. Quería llamarle su atención a algunos documentos a la página 16 y 15 del 15 y 16. Este lo voy a compartir con usted si quiere. Este es de el resumen ejecutivo de Volume 1, que es el plan de mejoramiento del acuífero de Little Lake Creek, preparado para la ciudad de Durham. Octubre 2016. Obviamente todos estos documentos están disponibles en la web y también esto fue copiado del sitio web del condado de Durham. Y se citan varios publicaciones, publicaciones científicas. Todo esto es parte de la literatura científica y la mayoría de estas, según mi revisión inicial, fueron comisionadas por el condado de Durham.
I think
Gracias. Muchas gracias.
originally said
Me
2016,
parece que
that one.
era ese año, 2016, eso fue lo que no anoté. Y me gustaría hacer un
And I appreciate you
seguimiento.
coming up here. You can sit
Muchas
down.
gracias por haber venido. Ya puede sentarse, eso era todo.
I honestly would love to have a
Honestamente,
conversation with Mayor
esta
Pro Tem
conversación la tuve con el alcalde Pro Tem la semana pasada
kind of call
y
out all of the things that are
aprecio
going
también
on
que nos llame la atención a estas cosas que están sucediendo en las conversaciones, en todas estas conversaciones que tenemos respecto al desarrollo de propiedad, ¿no? La construcción. Ya nos acercamos lentamente a una solución o a un plan acerca de muchos de estos problemas, particularmente el agua. No sé si tenemos las suficientes alrededor de la raza, el racismo, la clasificación, pero me parece a mí, tengo casi la certeza de que el costo de la remediación que nos resaltó Freeman, que ronda los 22 millones, esa cuenta la pagan los contribuyentes de los habitantes de este condado. Todavía ese es un tema álgido para mí. Porque si bien yo puedo apoyar este plan para este sitio en específico, ya que son 28 acres que albergarán 158 casas adosadas, es una preocupación muy grande para mí que no tenemos nada para los sitios que son más grandes de desarrollo, con muchas más casas. Entonces, el precio importa. ¿Cuánto estás dispuesto a beneficiar la comunidad? O si los ofrecimientos de compensación son de $17,000, $100,000, lo que sea por estudiantes. Cada uno de esos precios dice quién eres como desarrollador y como constructor. Y yo quiero asegurarme de que estamos obteniendo la mejor oferta con el mejor desarrollador en la mejor comunidad, en la comunidad en la que mejor encaje. Entonces, miembro del consejo, yo he ocupado este puesto yo estuve ocupando el puesto de la doctora Hyman, comisionada de planeación, y sé que esta ciudad no tiene las mejores respuestas, pero igual tenemos trabajo que hacer. Muchas gracias a todos aquellos que vinieron a hablar, simplemente mencionar el tema y reconocer que ya sea transporte, ya sea ciclovías, ya sea una unidad de vivienda más, una unidad de vivienda menos, un árbol, un corredor verde, todo eso importa para las personas que viven en la comunidad porque podemos hacerlo mejor. Siempre. Ese es el resumen al final del día. Yo voy a trabajar para ofrecer soluciones tangibles para esto, porque siempre estoy abogando por una mejor manera de trabajar con desarrolladores y constructoras, porque este es un efecto acumulativo. Diré que como concejala, no es que sea difícil, pero complicado. Pero igual yo siempre voy a anteponer el agua, la tierra y el aire primero, porque los humanos no podemos existir sin ello. Pero yo sé que mi consejo cree firmemente en asegurarse de que nosotros protejamos el medio ambiente y que lleguemos a un punto en el que podamos disminuir el agua con escorrentías. No es si se puede beber el agua, es si se puede pescar en ella y si los animales que viven allí terminan en nuestros platos de la mejor manera. Hay un ecosistema, un aspecto de ecosistema que al que no le importa a dónde están los límites, ¿no? Esto no recae en los desarrolladores tampoco y tampoco en los contribuyentes. Tenemos que crear una mejor solución, tenemos que crear una mejor remediación, tenemos que prevenir la erosión por escorrentía. Y eso es todo lo que quería decir. Muchas gracias. Concejala, son las 9, lo que significa que tenemos que tomarnos un receso durante los siguientes 10 minutos. Continuaremos a las 9:11.
Here's some tips to ensure that your garbage and recycling gets picked up. 1, your cart should be put out for collection before 6 a.m. on your collection day. 2, your cart should be at least 3 feet from all other objects such as mailboxes, telephone poles, fire hydrants, trees, and other carts. 3, your cart should be no more than 3 feet from the curb. 4, no vehicles should be blocking your carts. The mechanical arms on our trucks need direct access to your carts and cannot reach around vehicles. To find more information about garbage and recycling pickups, go to this web address.
Did you know the City of Durham has interpretation and translation services available? The city adopted a language access plan to provide language services and help non-English speakers have access to city services and programs without a language barrier. Through the city's language access plan, residents have the right to request interpretation and translation services free of charge, receive translation of vital documents and emergency communications in Spanish, and submit complaints of language discrimination or on the failure to adequately provide services in accordance with the city's language access plan policy. For more information on the city's language access efforts, Visit durhamnc.gov/language access. ¿Sabía que la ciudad de Durham cuenta con servicios de interpretación y traducción? La ciudad adoptó un plan de acceso al idioma para ofrecer servicios lingüísticos y ayudar a que las personas que no hablan inglés puedan tener acceso a los servicios y programas de la ciudad sin la barrera del idioma. Por medio del plan de acceso al idioma, los habitantes tienen derecho a solicitar sin costo alguno servicios de interpretación y traducción, recibir la traducción de documentos importantes y de comunicaciones de emergencia en español, presentar una denuncia de discriminación por motivos de idioma o por no recibir servicios de manera adecuada de acuerdo con la política del plan de acceso al idioma de la ciudad. Para recibir más información sobre la labor de la ciudad relacionada con el acceso al idioma, visita durhamnc.gov/access.
I was looking for an opportunity and an old friend of mine suggested that I apply at Go Durham. The community really relies on us, on Go Durham public transportation.
Well, I like driving a bus because of the friendly culture. I love it in the morning when people greet me, good morning. They give me a friendly wave. They appreciate you. And that goes a long way being a bus driver in Go Durham.
Anything can be achieved here. You can come in at the bottom and you will be able to excel in fairly a short amount of time. Here, I started as an operator and I'm here now as an operator training specialist. So as long as you stick to it, you can excel.
The perfect candidate that would excel at Go Durham is someone with tenacity, someone with drive, someone who wants to make a difference for their community.
You have to be people oriented. You have to be experienced and you have to be on hands, ready to go, but with the proper training, it's just like driving a car.
So as a new driver with road training, come in and you see me and I'm gonna make sure you have all the tools to succeed.
They give you a lot of input and they work with you step by step. So you won't be alone in this.
To anyone considering working for Go Durham, you won't regret it. Please come, please apply. We would love to have you join the Go Durham team.
1 minute, 1 minute. Welcome back, everyone. We will reconvene now at 9:11 p.m. And I believe sorry.
We're back in meeting you.
Okay. We will first go to Councilmember Williams and then the mayor.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Johnson, I appreciate that break. My response will be different now. I just wanted to say, guys, I'm going to keep saying it. These cases are complicated. And I just don't want us to hear what we're hearing tonight and address it without substance. So there is a water issue. Let's take Falls Lake, for example. There's a water issue, water quality issue at Falls Lake, but it's been that way ever since Falls Lake was created. Okay. There are pros and cons to development, but there are also pros and cons to leaving things as is. And as a matter of fact, I want to ask staff, just if you will, take an opportunity, if you can respond to some of the things that we've, I don't know who would be best to, but Attorney O'Toole, okay. So just around the water quality, around, Lick Creek versus Falls Lake and other areas, because everything is just all pressed together and not everything is connected. And we're asking for more investigations or more deep diving into the water quality issue when a lot of this work is being done. And I don't want you all as staff to do all of this work and then it's totally overlooked and we're still waiting on it to be done.
Sure thing. Don O'Toole, the Durham City Attorney's Office. I've been working on these issues for 12 years with the city. Durham is the most regulated city in the state when it comes to stormwater. We're subject to the Jordan Lake rules, the Falls Lake rules, and the Neuse River rules. Development that happens any place in Durham rain is going to fall on that development and it's going to fall into one of those watersheds. The state, through delegated authority from the federal government, imposed the Falls Lake rules on the Falls watershed. One thing those rules do is it divides things into different silos. So there are rules that deal with wastewater treatment plants in the watershed, and Durham has a water treatment plant, heavily regulated. The city's invested heavily in getting nitrogen and phosphorus out of our wastewater. There are also the existing development rules. And I think in part, that's what that study that the gentleman referred to is dealing with. I think everyone is familiar with the Ellerby Creek Wetland Project. That project is a major investment that the city of Durham is making. I dare say no other city in the state has a project of that magnitude. And that's in part to take nitrogen and phosphorus out of stormwater in the city of Durham for existing development. That's development that happened years ago. That's a pretty novel concept. I'm not sure of any other place in the country where that's happening. And then another silo of the rules are the new development rules under the Falls Lake rules. And those are state imposed rules on new development in the Falls Lake watershed. I think we all know that the city is not allowed to have rules that are more strict than what the state says we can have. Durham stormwater rules are incredibly strict. Developers frequently say, wow, why do you have these rules? And we say they're imposed on us. So those are the new development rules. One of the things that I think is getting conflated in this discussion is the turbidity that's in the Little Creek water. That isn't from what the city controls. That is from construction phase activities, and that's regulated by Durham County. Durham County runs the sedimentation and erosion control program for all of Durham. And they do a good job. Ryan Eves with the county does that work. They review sedimentation and erosion control plans. They enforce them to make sure that developers are adhering to those rules. I think council is aware that Ryan has actually gone to the state agency that controls. The other thing is Durham County's hands are tied when it comes to sedimentation and erosion control. They are required to enforce the state's rules. Durham County has actually approached the state and said some of the things that developers are committing to through development plans. Durham County has actually gone to the state agency preliminarily and said, we would like to bolster our regulations to include some of these things. They got positive initial reaction, and it's my understanding that the county is moving forward with that. The whole issue with well water that's maybe cloudy or being contaminated, that's completely separate from Lick Creek. These folks have wells. If developers are blasting, the developers are responsible if they destroy people's private wells. That's why I hope that when pre-blasting surveys are offered to property owners, it's in their interest. Well, it's also in the developer's interest to do that pre-blast survey to quantify what is the water quality in the well pre-blasting. And then there should be a post-blast water quality sample taken. So I know it's a confusing jumble, but different entities regulate different parts of this. And when it comes to new development, stormwater regulation, there is no jurisdiction in the state that has tighter regulation, or as Councilmember Caballero said, a better group of engineers that are trying to do the best we can to control pollution from stormwater in the city of Durham. I'm sorry for the long answer, but I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. I think it was necessary. I appreciate it. The other side of this is the economics. And I'll just use a case because I do have a problem with, governing in bad faith that I want to make sure we don't do. I own restaurants, and, imagine someone saying, Leo, I want you to sell chicken, but I want it this way, I want it that way, and I want to make sure that that chicken tastes this way. And you didn't put a dime into it, all right? Now, the other side of that is you want to make sure that we're serving healthy food or food that doesn't harm you. And that is a community concern, and we do that. We've had things to come through where, and I want to appreciate the proffers that have been offered, but we've had things come through, and I'll throw out some numbers from a previous case where the applicant applied 3 years ago. The demand since then has changed. $255,000 later, all to come to this council, to this board, for us to make a decision that is not fully informed. And after that, it's just, oh, well, try again. And we have the audacity to talk about affordable housing. There's nothing affordable when you make the process so expensive that it's going to be forwarded to the tenant anyway. And I know that not a lot of folks like what I'm saying, but the fact that we have a housing crisis and it's a shortage, and then many of the addresses I hear looks like where I grew up. We are coming to the point where we're going to have some really tough conversations, and it must be based on fact. It has to be. If the facts are what they are, whether I agree or not, they're the facts. So I don't want to get all of this information, as complex as it is, convoluted to the point where we're just making uninformed decisions. But once it passed this council or not pass it, a lot of times when it goes down, no one put a dime into it. And it's that there is an economic side. There's an environmental side, there's an economic side to it that we all have to consider. But most importantly, it's the facts. And I do not want to keep throwing things out here and they're unchecked. So if we're gonna talk about it, let's talk about it all. And let's not make housing so exclusive that is not even attainable for anyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We're going to go to the mayor and then the mayor pro tem.
I have found that this issue around Lick Creek and that area out there causes me sleepless nights in trying to balance all of the concerns. First of all, I love the earth. I don't understand why we as humans damage the earth so much in so many ways in the effort to live free and peaceful and all of that stuff, and we still find a way to damage the earth, even though it is a lot of times unintended, because we have to have basic needs like shelter. So when you try to balance these things, as you're coming in, as I've come into this arena, it's a brand new arena in terms of legalities and who's in charge of what. It's almost like you're really buying, trying to build this plane as you're flying it, and you're making decisions at this point where a lot of them will outlast my lifetime and my children's lifetime. So I get particularly anxious too, though, when I run into neighbors that I've known for years and years, and I know their character, I know, what they've been in the community, and they all of a sudden start appearing and saying, hey, there's something going on. And I know they've lived here in Durham for years, and I've known them for years, and I don't find them to be people who make up stuff because they don't want anybody moving into Durham, because if you've been here for 50 plus years, you watched Durham grow. That's nothing new. Fayetteville Road, we watched, 15501. We watched all of these areas that people are now talking about. Well, we saw them coming. So most of us recognize, as others have found, that this is a great place to live, and we recognize that people want to live here. I just think there's a way to do it where we keep our environment safe. So when I get a letter like I got on Friday that I'm gonna pass to our city council members, I know our attorney received a copy of it, and I get a letter from the Southern Environmental Law Center. So now we're getting the letters from attorneys. So we started talking and getting letters from neighbors saying there's an issue. Then we started getting letters from people from New Bern, North Carolina, and down the creek and saying there's an issue. And then Friday, I get about what I would call a legal brief. 8 pages from 2 attorneys, senior attorney and leader of the Clean Water Program, Jeff Gisler, and Irene Como, a senior attorney from the Southern Environmental Law Center. And they are writing to request a meeting with the mayor, the county commission chair, and the city manager. And the first sentence is what would cause a mayor to have nightmares, because it says, we write to request a meeting to discuss our concerns with the ongoing degradation of the Lick Creek watershed from unchecked real estate development. The city and county of Durham are failing to adequately enforce water quality standards under federal and state law. And the current system of overlapping city, county, and state permit requirements and regulations is failing to protect both the county's natural resources and public health. We outlined the following concerns with the goal of identifying immediate steps to address this situation with the urgency necessary to protect this important watershed. And then you have this young lady that came in this afternoon to tell me it's just 22 miles that we are concerned about, Mayor. And it's unique. It is a unique landscape. And when she starts using terms that a lawyer doesn't like to hear, and I'm a lawyer, dangerous. You need to think about it. Y'all need to pause. I pause. So I do think that we need to check the facts, but having been a judge for 24 years, people can make the facts mean what they want the facts to mean, depending on which side of the case they on. That's what attorneys do. That's how you litigate. And somewhere in the midst of that is the truth. So we have to make sure that when we come into these situations that we rely on experts, not only in the city and in the county, but outside. Because the city has a set of experts, but there are other experts. And by definition, the legal terminology of an expert is anybody that has more than a general knowledge of a particular issue. So if you know how to change oil on your car, you could be considered an expert if they cause you to testify. But most other people wouldn't think you were an expert. So it's different as to how you view expert testimony in a courtroom as to what generally people think. I say all that to say, everybody has biasness in every arena just about of life, including how you view environmental situations. But I take very serious that water that Pam Andrews brought to my office about 3 months ago, whether it came from out of somebody's faucet or out of their well directly, is still not clear today, because I check it every time I go in there. And according to the young lady I met today, it will never run clear. For me, that's enough for pause until I hear some experts on what we need to do so that I can make sure that my children's children, that 2 to 3, 4 more generations of O'Neills can live in Durham safely in the city and the county as we have watched it grow for the last 50 years. So folk I know that live in Durham and stay in Durham, we're not afraid of development. We've seen that, we live it. It just needs to be done in an equitable manner, and in a manner that listens when folks start saying there might be a problem. I don't know whether it is or not, but that's enough for me to say, let's figure it out. That's all I have. So until we figure it out, my vote will be no at this point.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We'll go to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilman Johnson. I thank you, Madam Mayor, for always putting things in context for us. And I want to associate myself with the last part of what you said about the language of advocacy. I think I said at the last Joint City County Planning Commission, how is it that 9 people can go to law school, look at the same document, and come to such divergent opinions? Top-notch law schools. I refer, of course, to our Supreme Court. So I know that the language of advocacy, particularly when you combine advocacy with an agenda, a desired outcome, that with due respect to the legal profession, in the hired gun analogy, you're going to defend your client, and you're going to take up advocacy, for the person that pays you. And I do want to, Councilmember Freeman said something that we have been talking. I really appreciate the discussions we've been having, but that the city doesn't have a plan for the upcoming developments. That's just not true. That's not an accurate characterization. We lead a city. We're at the top of an org chart of a city that has a top-notch planning department. I trust my lawyer, Donald Toole, who described the context. We've got state regs, we've got a county, we've got a city. Durham is award-winning in our management of these issues. So I have a question for the staff. When we talk about the state of our water, I'd like to know, has the county documented any fish kills recently? Has the county documented deleterious effects to has the county, if they don't want to build water treatment facilities, have they commissioned, while we're studying, folk to go into their residents' homes and test their tap water? Have they done that? Have you asked them to do that, to come in and test your tap water that we drink? Because I will again contend that if you go up to a body of water outside and test it, you're going to get stuff that if it's not treated, if it's unfiltered, any random body of water. And I think what's important that we don't conflate and protecting aquatic life and nature, of course, that's important. We live under the strictest regimen for that. And the implication is almost that our city's been doing this for decades. And then with the advent of Preserve Rural Durham, now we realize we've been poisoning our waters for decades. And we're just finding out now that after all these years with all these professionals, all these previous councils, all these previous leaders, this monster was brewing beneath the surface with no evidence, no, and now at this slice in time, this particular on-ramp, now with the convergence of development, the convergence of the growth for our city, this is the time we find out. We've all missed it until now. And I just struggle with that. And I agree with everyone up here that these decisions are hard, but if we're getting evidence, part of the evidence I'd like to see is, because we brought in, and I got a vial of tomato soup. I left it on my desk, and in a few days, it was crystal clear, untreated. And we had testimony here that says that the flocculants that we put in it speed up the process. But if after rainfall, you're going to get tomato soup. But the vial and my colleagues have walked in my office and seen it. Left, I didn't put anything in it. I just let it sit there. The sediment went to the bottom, untreated, without any molestation or interruption from me whatsoever. And those of you that have the vials at home, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about picking it up and shaking it up. If you leave it sitting there, unbothered, you know that it goes to the bottom and it's clear without putting anything in it. We were told that the flocculants would speed up that process, but left unto itself, my vial is clear, crystal clear. So again, this development on a case-by-case basis, I think, has integrated some of the things that we're asking to go for, that where we're going in terms of some of our UDO changes. But it's very clear to me that the notion that those changes, those laws that we're expecting, if we just wait until we implement those, will not address half of the things that have been brought up. And in many of these developments, they're already voluntarily integrating them. I think that's why the Planning Commission voted for this one. So, yeah, let's get all the evidence we can. Let's get all of the, the studies that we can. But there are some very basic questions. There's some very basic studies we can do right now. We can bring in, or the county can in defense of their residents and in service of their residents, test the tap water. So let's start there. And then let's work out. I don't, that seems to me to be a pretty easy, I'm not a scientist, but that seems to be a pretty easy, obvious ask. And my belief is that if there was something there, we would have opened with that. That would have been the headline. So I'm going to support this. I'm going to continue to look at them on a case-by-case basis. If this isn't the kind of development that we've been asking for as a city, if this is not the type of behavior we've been trying with our limited power, with our limited levers and buttons that we can pull and push, if this isn't the type of behavior on behalf of the developer that we've been asking for and pushing for, then help me understand what is. So I'll be supporting this development. And I thank my colleagues for a really great and important discussion. And as always, I thank the residents for coming out and pushing us. I think we get the better policy that way. Thank you, Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. If there are no further comments, our first motion is to adopt an ordinance annexing Mockingbird Lane and Sharon Road.
Madam
into the city.
Councilwoman, I just had a comment.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to touch back on to Mr. O'Toole's comments and had a question. So I appreciate the explanation around the rules, but I want to ask, how do we compare nationally? Because it's clear that we can lead in a state and fall behind it nationally.
Don O'Toole, City Attorney's Office. And so by nationally, I guess,
Federally,
are you asking in terms of our stormwater regulation?
yes.
Like I said before, the fact that we have existing development rules imposed on the city of Durham, it's my understanding that that doesn't exist anywhere else in the country. So the fact that we are actually treating for past development that happened in the city, that's pretty advanced. You know, there was one other thing I just wanted to share with you, and I think it was relevant to some of the discussion. Both Falls Lake and Jordan Lake are dammed up rivers. They are created lakes. They were created by the Army Corps of Engineers back decades ago. The Corps did do environmental impact studies before they dammed either river, and those studies indicated that the lakes would be eutrophic as soon as the water started accumulating behind the dams. So this is actually a problem that was created
Thank you.
by the federal government.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask, on the side of wastewater and on the side of public works, where there's a chance that an error occurs, how do we ameliorate that?
So with wastewater and an error, our treatment on the North Durham Reclamation Facility, which flows into Falls Lake, it's my understanding that the effluent that comes out of that plant is state-of-the-art, high-quality effluent. And we are fully compliant with phase 1 of the Falls Lake rules. I'm not sure what's going to happen with stage 2 of the Falls Lake rules. That's part of the study that's being done. As part of public works stormwater, I think you know what they regulate on development is post-construction stormwater control, so stormwater ponds. And again, we have a really tight system of regulation. There are tight city code provisions that require yearly inspections of those facilities. Engineers actually have to go out and inspect the facilities and make sure that they're in good repair and functioning the way they're supposed to. I know that our staff does a good job with enforcement on that. Again, I'm not aware of any city in the state that does it as well as the city of Durham.
And I would just want to circle back on the wastewater side. So 3 weeks ago, we had a wastewater leak. And the way that we address it is through a complaint system is what I was getting at. And so you don't know it until someone raises the flag.
And so you're raising a different issue and I didn't address it. So sanitary sewer overflows do occur from the collection system, not from the plant. And those happen for a variety of reasons. You know, the posters on the side of buses that say, don't pour your bacon fat down the drain. That's actually for a reason. You know, when the pipes get clogged with fat, that can result in a backup. And our city, under our collection system permit, you know, there's a regular system of inspections of our collection system. They literally go around and do video inspections of those pipes to try to make sure they're not cracked, they're not clogged. Sometimes people actually put stuff down the drains intentionally, which can lead to overflows. Sometimes the overflows occur because the infrastructure fails. For example, right before Christmas, when the weather got so cold, pipes sometimes break at that point.
And so specifically in an open body of water, how would you identify that type of a failure?
Well, I think the SSO, the sanitary sewer overflows usually happen away from the lake. And hopefully they get noticed as quickly as possible. And then the city has to perform a cleanup. You know, one other thing I would add, and this is something that the Upper News River Basin Association is very focused on. A lot of property in the county is actually on septic. Septic is not as good as development that actually has its wastewater flow to a pipe. In fact, some of the discussion at UNRBA meetings has been the city of Durham should actually expand its sewer beyond its city limits to get people off septic. Because, you know, there are E. coli issues with some of our waterways. Septic is not a good situation for that.
And I'm raising the issues because I think what I don't want us to get missed on is that there's a setup and there's a system and everything doesn't flow through the system. And so there can be great, I mean, I think we have wonderful staff and I don't think this is a staff issue, but the county has just put forward the ordinance for us to address what we have not.
Well,
and specifically with the phasing and what have you. And so when I talk about a plan, that's the plan aspect of it. When I talk about the parts of our infrastructure that are like, where this tomato soup is ending up in a marina, there is an issue there that we still need to address, whether it's our tap water or the county residents' tap water. It is based on the fact that there's high development within the city limits. And we're annexing county land into the city on top of it. So there is an increased situation that our wonderful staff could get their arms around if we had that plan in place, but we do not. And so that specifically is what I was talking about.
And if I could just clarify one thing, sedimentation and erosion control, which is the construction phase of sediment running off construction sites. In the city of Durham, that is controlled by Durham County. In fact, I just reviewed an update to the interlocal agreement where the city and the county agree that the county is going to perform that function throughout Durham County. And it's my understanding that Durham County enforces the sedimentation erosion control rules that are dictated to it by the state. And like you said, they have approached the state to bolster those rules, to make them more strict in Durham.
So in that situation where a county resident lets you know that the enforcement is failing, I think that also raises a flag that we need to address. And I don't know how, because there's no system for that specific situation. And then on top of that, in the planning sense, this is not about a plan in this, like, those studies that were talked about highlight some of the issues that would arise. We can set up a plan around that. But when a resident tells you that the system you put in place and the plan that you put in place is now creating another issue, a new study and a new plan needs to be evaluated. And so I just want to make sure that we're not missing that piece. And then I also want to make sure that on the economic side, the fact that the taxpayers carry the cost on this. And so whether we're raising taxes or increasing the number of people who are here to cover the taxes, it's still going to be a burden for the residents of this community or the stakeholders who pay taxes in this community. And so that cost is also a burden. And so weighing that out, I'm always going to put that before whatever new development is coming before us. And I want to make sure that I'm not misinterpreting or misspeaking on it because, which is why I'm asking you directly. But in order for us to get to the point where we actually have a plan and our versions of those ordinances or our versions of staff in place to kind of do like a quality assurance, so to speak, on whether the enforcement is happening. The same way we're talking about looking at the police department is the same way I'm talking about looking at public works and the fire department, or not the fire department, but the fire chief, and whether those stop orders are being issued or not, and whether those blasting permits are received or not. There is nothing in place for the city to be able to say, yes, it is, or no, it isn't. If there is, tell me I'm wrong. I missed it. And that's what I've been asking for, because we don't have all of this flexed out. There's nowhere that this is sitting right now. And so I just want to make sure that we don't miss the opportunity to hear what residents are telling us and actually come up with something that actually addresses it.
I understand. Thanks.
Thank you.
And I know we want to get home. It is a long night. I just want to say that it was August 4th or 5th when those water samples were taken, and they were taken at the bank of Lick Creek, I believe. And we have, really strong water treatment facility plants. There's a lot that is being said tonight. And I just, again, there is no vetting or checking when things are just put out there. I appreciate what we do have in place. I appreciate the work that you all are doing, and I'm going to trust that. And when we get to the point where you feel that we are putting folks in danger, sound the alarm. But in the meantime, residents, county residents, even city residents, county residents, reach directly out to your council member and put us to work. Put us to work. We'll come out there and see it for ourselves. But we're going to have the experts with us that we pay. You have experts, and we'll compare that information. But right now, I will say I'm going to rely on the folks that we're paying to do this job, because that's what I was elected to do. Right?
Thank you, Councilmember. I would love there to be a motion to adopt an ordinance annexing Mockingbird Lane and Sharon Road into the city of Durham effective March 31st, 2023, and authorize the city manager to enter into a utility extension agreement with Hopper Communities Incorporated.
So move.
Okay. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Please close the vote.
The motion passes 5-2 with Mayor O'Neill and Councilmember Freeman voting no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our next motion is to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of the residential rural RR and residential suburban RS20 Falls Jordan District B, FJB County jurisdiction, and establishing the same as Plan Development Residential 5.908, PDR 5.908, Falls Jordan District B, FJB City jurisdiction.
So move.
Moved by Councilmember Williams, seconded by Councilmember Caballero. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Please close the vote.
The motion passes again 5-2 with Mayor O'Neill and Councilmember Freeman voting no.
Thank you. And our final motion is to adopt a consistency statement as required by NCGS 160D-605.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Councilmember Williams, seconded by Councilmember Caballero. Madam Clerk, could you please open the vote? Please close the vote.
The motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, colleagues. And I will pass the gavel back to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Johnson, for leading us through that. Friends, at this time now, we'll turn our attention to our next public hearing, general business public hearing. Item number 11, consolidated annexation, National Heritage Academy's Oak Grove Charter. We'll have received the report from staff, and then I have a quick announcement regarding this matter, and then we will proceed. Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and honorable council members. I'm Grace Smith with the Planning Department. Requests for voluntary annexation and utility extension agreement have been received from Bob Dunstan of Charter Development Company for 2 parcels located at 2201 East Gear Street and 2523 East Club Boulevard, totaling 12.37 acres. There is an associated site plan and a minor special use permit separately under review for this site. The site is presently zoned residential suburban 20, RS 20, commercial neighborhood CN, and rural residential RR. If the annexation is approved, staff recommends an exact translation of the zoning designation. If approved, this annexation would become effective March 31st, 2023. 3 motions are required for this action. The first motion is to adopt the ordinance annexing the property and entering into a utility extension agreement. The second is to adopt a zoning ordinance, and the third is to adopt the consistency statement. Staff is here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, this isn't a public hearing. I'm going to officially declare the public hearing open, but before I turn to the public and the applicant, are there any questions or comments from members of the council? Colleagues, I do need to announce that there is a longstanding tradition in our city of cooperation between governing bodies, both the county and Durham Public Schools. And we are in receipt of a letter from our colleagues, Durham Public School Board, requesting, and I won't go through all of the bullets in the letter, but requesting that we table this and delay this hearing until they can have an opportunity to talk to us. However, there are a couple of issues. One, the late date at which we received this letter, and after does not allow us to do that. And number 2, in consultation, there's an issue of standing as well with this, and fairness to the actual applicant. If they were to ask for a delay, or if another party who had was vested or had standing in this matter would be able to do that. So I do want to acknowledge to my colleagues' receipt, if they're watching from public schools after consultation, that we did receive the letter. However, we are going to proceed with this public hearing, and we thank them for their input. Is the applicant present? I have Mr. Ghosh. Is there anybody else who's going to be presenting with you?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay, I see a B. Dunstan on the.
Right, he's on the applicant team. He was just there as a resource.
All right, how much time do you anticipate needing?
It's late, I don't know, like 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
Sure.
Okay, so put 5 minutes on the clock, please.
So good evening, Mayor Neal, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and members of the City Council. My name is Neil Ghosh. I'm an attorney at the Morningstar Law Group at 700 West Main Street in Durham. I believe Mr. Dunstan is on the Zoom call, as well as potentially Mr. Jeff Chamberlain, both of which are with the applicant group. I want to thank Ms. Smith for her presentation of the requested annexation. As I said, I know the hour is late. We've been here for quite a while. So I just wanted to take some time to point out something unique about this case. This is an annexation without any rezoning. And as with most annexations, the request here is paired with the utility extension agreement. Usually UEAs are boilerplate agreements. However, through this UEA, the applicant has voluntarily committed to a substantial number of off-site road improvements, which is unusual. These road improvements are well in excess of what the city could require of the applicant through the typical site plan process. But the applicant has committed to these nonetheless because they recognize the importance of a safe road network, not only for the school, but for the community as a whole. We would estimate that those road improvements would cost about $1 million, but there will, of course, be no cost to the city of Durham. The club and gear intersection today suffers from too few lanes for too many turning movements and increasing traffic volumes due to the expanding commercial and residential development in this area. There was a traffic study performed and it identified several improvements that would help alleviate traffic pressures in the area, but only about half of them will or could be required by NCDOT as a condition of the site plan approval process. The applicant here has agreed to do the rest of them anyway. In short, those include adding more storage for the eastbound left turn lane on Club and adding curbing to restrict U-turns near the school's access point on Club. It also includes widening northbound gear from 1 lane to 2 lanes, widening southbound gear from 2 lanes to 3 lanes, which also will provide a dedicated left turn lane into the school. And in addition to those road improvements, the applicant also will be providing sidewalks along the site's entire frontage on both Gear and Club. When complete, the entire intersection will serve pedestrians and move vehicles in a significantly better manner than the existing conditions, and it will not cost City of Durham a single dollar. Typically, we don't hear about proffers or I don't know what exactly you would call it, that are paired with an annexation without a development plan rezoning. I don't know if you call these proffers or something else, but these commitments are enforceable by the city through the UEA. They are laid out in paragraph 7 in Exhibit B of the UEA. And I just wanted to take some time to point that out to you because you guys don't see that every day. Here to answer any questions you have. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Goshen. Did I understand that your 2 colleagues online do not wish to speak or present?
Oh, they're here for as a resource for questions. Yeah.
Madam Clerk, I didn't receive any cards on this item and I don't see anyone in queue on our virtual platform. You concur?
Yes, sir.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the chamber who wishes to speak on this item? This is a public hearing. All right, seeing none, I'm going to officially close this public hearing. The matter is now back before the council and I will yield to any of my honorable colleagues who may have questions or comments. Councilmember Williams.
Thank you. So interesting case here. What is the distance between the current existing school? I'm looking at the aerial map here. Is it next to the current school there?
I can't tell you specific. It's close. I don't know if it's next to. It's close.
Okay. So I was just wondering what was the rationale for putting a school next to a school? Is it the same age group?
Yeah, I believe so. It's K through 8. So it's I think it's a wider age group at this school. And this site in particular is ideally suited. I mean, I would just say for development, not necessarily a school, any development. I mean, it's on the periphery of the existing city limits. However, it is surrounded by existing city utilities. So it's a good site for development.
I don't know what venue we ask the rationale of what's going there, or should our line of question be within the technicalities of use? So that's why I was asking you those questions. Like we're putting a school next to one that's already there. So I may ask another question. I'll let my colleagues go.
Okay.
Thank you, council member. Colleagues, anyone else have any questions or comments on this matter? Councilmember Freeman.
I just wanted to, I guess, ask if we were not able to table the conversation, like how do we come to that decision? Is it a question or is it something we can ask?
Sure, I think you just did. I'll refer back to the issues that I listed, the late arrival of it, of the request, fairness to the applicant. The applicant has not asked for any extension, and there's no standing in this matter for another governing board to request outside of the circumscribed the purview in which we operate. This is an annexation case. So yeah, I'll refer back to the reasons I listed. Stated rather. Colleagues, anyone else? Questions or comments? Councilmember Williams, did you have a follow-up? All right, seeing none, this item requires three motions. The first motion is to adopt an ordinance annexing National Heritage Academies NHA Oak Charter School into the city of Durham effective March 31st, 2023, and to authorize the city manager to enter into a utility extension agreement with Charter Development Company LLC. And I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
I hear a motion from Her Honor, Mayor O'Neill. Is there a second?
Second.
And I have a second from Councilmember Hyman. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Please close the vote and report out.
Mayor Pro Tem, the result is 4-3 with Councilmember Johnson, Caballero, and Freeman voting no.
Thank you. Motion carries. Motion number 2, to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of the residential suburban 20 RS 20 commercial neighborhood CN, rural residential RR, Falls Jordan District B, FJB, major transportation corridor I-85, MTC I-85, county jurisdiction, and establishing the same as residential suburban 20 RS 20 commercial neighborhood CN, rural residential Falls Jordan District B, FJB, major transportation corridor I-85, MTC I-85, city jurisdiction.
So moved. Second.
I hear a motion from the mayor and a second from, I believe it's Councilmember Hyman. Or Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Please close the vote and report out.
The motion passes 4-3 with council members Caballero, Freeman, and Johnson voting no.
Thank you. Motion number 3 is to adopt a consistency statement as required by NCGS 160D-605.
So moved.
I hear a motion from the mayor. Was that you, Councilmember? And a second from Councilmember Hyman. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Please close the vote and report out.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. That motion passes. That dispenses with item number 11. We'll now move to item number 12, Unified Development Ordinance Text Amendment, Development Plan Revisions. And again, I'll yield to my honorable colleague, Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. This agenda item is a public hearing as well, and we are ready for our staff report.
Honorable council members, Andy Lester with the Planning Department. TC 22000002, Development Plan Revisions, is a Unified Development Ordinance text amendment initiated by planning staff that is a revision to the requirements for development plans as found in section 3.5.7 of the UDO. The purpose of this amendment is to revise the requirements within the UDO for zoning map changes with the development plan to provide more transparency in the process to the community and governing bodies, shorten the length of the process to more closely align with neighboring jurisdictions, and make the process more accessible to local and small-scale developers. Development plans presently fall into 2 categories, graphic and text only. The current graphic development plan requirements are intended to depict commitments that exceed the ordinance in both text and graphic form. The intent of this text amendment clarifies what should be shown on a graphic development plan, only that which is exceeding ordinance requirements. The text-only development plans are currently intended to allow an applicant to commit to use limitations through written form. The primary intent of this text amendment is to allow applicants to proffer additional commitments when using a textual development plan based on community concerns and feedback, based on the feedback other jurisdictions. Feedback other than just use limitations. The proffered commitments could be anything from affordable housing to additional environmental protections. Information that cannot be portrayed in text form will have to be shown in a graphic format. The draft proposal was discussed at the February 2022 and October 2022 Joint City-County Planning Committee meetings. At the October 5th, 2022 JCCPC meeting, the committee unanimously recommended staff to move forward with the UDO text amendment to the Planning Commission with only a minor edit. Staff then brought this amendment to the Durham Planning Commission's November 15th, 2022 meeting. A public hearing was held and a discussion around the implications of the textual development plan were discussed. Staff committed to load testing the amendment and providing that information to the Planning Commission prior to the 12/13 meeting. At the December 13th, 2022 meeting, the Planning Commission meeting, the DPC recommended approval by a vote of 12-0. At the County Commissioners' January 23rd, 2023 public hearing, they recommended approval by a vote of 5-0. And as a reminder, 2 motions are required for this application. The first is to adopt the ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance, incorporating revisions to Article 3, zoning map change, Section 5, development plan. And the second is to approve the consistency statement. And staff is here to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. We've received our staff report. I will now declare this public hearing open. First, do we have any questions for staff from members of the council? Right, seeing no questions, we'll move to public comment. I have no cards for this item. Madam Clerk, is there anyone signed up to speak online?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Is there anyone present who would like to speak on this item? This is a public hearing item. Anyone who's present is welcome to speak on the item. All right, I will now declare this public hearing closed. The matter is back before the council. Comments or questions from colleagues? All righty. In that case, our first motion is to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance, incorporating revisions to Article 3, zoning map change, Section 5, development plan effective March 1st, 2023.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Councilmember Caballero, seconded by Councilmember Hyman. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote?
The motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Freeman voting no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our next motion is to adopt the appropriate consistency statement as required per NCGS 160D-605.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, seconded by Councilmember Hyman. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Please close the vote.
And the motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Freeman voting no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That concludes the item, and I'm not sure who's doing 13.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. At this time, we'll yield to our honorable colleague, Councilmember Caballero, who will guide us to our last public hearing of the evening, item number 13, consolidated annexation, Micah Ridge.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think we're ready for the staff report. Good evening.
Honorable council members, Andy Lester again. A request for utility extension agreement, voluntary annexation and initial zoning has been received from Laura Holloman of McAdams for 17 parcels of land totaling 89.76 acres and located at 1251, 1305, 1367, 1417, and 1421 South Miami Boulevard, 1314, 1516, 1602, 1652, and 1802 South Mineral Springs Road, 212 Yates Road, and 102, 112, 126, 154, 234, and 305 Bill Street. This annexation petition is for a contiguous expansion of the primary corporate limits. The applicant is proposing to annex the properties to connect to city services and facilitate the construction of up to 420 single-family detached and townhouse dwelling units. The current zoning is residential suburban 20 and commercial general. The applicant proposes to change this designation to planned development residential 4.680 to allow for the construction of up to 420 single-family and townhouse dwelling units. This request, KC 21-00028, received a recommendation of denial from the Planning Commission on September 13, 2022, by a vote of 11-0. Since the Planning Commission's public hearing on September 13, 2022, the applicant has proffered the following changes to the application: a one-time contribution to Durham Public Schools in the amount of $20,000, a one-time contribution to the Durham Dedicated Housing Fund in the amount of $120,000, and a minimum of 3% of income restricted dwelling units at 80% AMI for a 30-year period. And staff would like to inform the council that the applicant has added project boundary buffers along South Mineral Springs Road and Yates Drive that are 20 feet wide with a 0.4 opacity. The properties are currently designated low, medium density residential, medium density residential, and commercial on the future land use map. The proposed plan development residential 4.680 zoning. It's consistent with the designated future land use of low, medium density residential, but inconsistent with the designated future land use of medium density residential and commercial. So if the proposed zoning is approved, staff recommends a change to the flume to designate the property as low, medium density residential. And as a reminder, 3 motions are required for this application. The first is to adopt an ordinance annexing the property and entering into a utility extension agreement. The second is to approve the zoning ordinance, and the third is to approve the consistency statement. Thank you. Staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
Thank you. I'm going to look to my colleagues to see if there are any questions or comments before I open up the public hearing. I am going to encourage colleagues to keep their comments slimmer maybe than the first one. Thank you. I have a number of cards in front of me. Madam Clerk, are there any folks on the Zoom? There's one. Let's start with that Zoom caller, and then we'll move to the folks who are here in person. What is it? Sorry, and then is the applicant here? And how much time do you think you're going to need? Okay, and Madam Clerk, I apologize. Can we I'll start with the applicant first and then back to the person on Zoom. Thank you.
I'm not mistaken. This is the time, right?
Do you need?
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure it was unclear who was going.
I'm assuming you may not need the full 10 minutes, but you do have 10 minutes on the clock.
Gotcha. Good evening, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and members of the City Council. I'm Neil Ghosh with the Morningstar Law Group at 700 West Main Street in Durham. With me tonight are Stephen Dorn, Charlie Yoakley, and Trevor Innes with Lennar. Laura Holloman and Ryan Akers with Big Adams are also here, and I believe Earl Llewellyn. Yeah, Earl Llewellyn with Kimley Horn is also here. I want to thank Mr. Lester for his presentation on the case. As was mentioned, the site is about 90 acres in size. If you've been able to go out to the site, I think it's kind of tricky to describe. West of the site, you have Highway 70 and a large auto salvage yard in LKQ. East of the site, across Mineral Springs, is a decidedly suburban residential area. And the acreage itself is quite rural, with only 1 or 2 houses on the whole 90 acres. The land is clearly underutilized as it is today. Now, this land has been marketed for development for well over a decade, and it's not very clear why a deal has not come together in that time. There are multiple property owners, maybe some estates, but even still, it is surprising, especially given that this site is not within the Searles Basin. So it's not like folks have been waiting for sewer capacity. Certainly, there are some upgrades to utility infrastructure required, but it's not like the Searles Basin, as I said. This development actually will be upsizing lines throughout the property to serve the development. I think it's in excess of 3,000 linear feet. So it will serve the development, but also it's upsized to serve surrounding developments so that the city can take the existing Highway 70 pump station offline and modernize its infrastructure, which is quite desirable for the city. The assemblage itself clearly is ripe for residential development. It does not have frontage on Highway 70 and has very limited frontage on Mineral Springs. So there's no real opportunity here for commercial development or even multifamily. At any rate, Lennar is a residential home builder, and what they have planned on this site is a maximum of 420 homes. at a density of 4.68 dwelling units per acre. Importantly, the project is planned with both single-family detached and townhomes, but the vast majority of the homes will be townhomes. Condition number 3 limits the site to no more than 120 single-family detached homes. So 70% or more of the units will be townhomes. The plan contemplates at least 2 different types of townhomes. So there's rear or alley loaded townhomes as well as front loaded townhomes. And on a site like this, it's important to have multiple amenity areas so that the distribution is more equitable. Condition number 2 requires a minimum of 3 distinct amenity areas, each at least a half acre in size. The project was required to do a TIA, and as a result, it commits to several improvements. The developer here commits to 3 different new traffic signals if warranted, and it commits to additional improvements along Mineral Springs at key intersections. These improvements are coordinated with other improvements already planned in this area, either by other projects or by NCDOT. NCDOT has a few, I would say, sizable projects in the vicinity. One of those projects will add a turn lane on 70 to facilitate movements at Mineral Springs. Another one of those NCDOT projects is for an interchange at Miami and 70, primarily to get rid of the single multi-phase signal out there because that is currently the bottleneck. And I think you all probably are familiar with NCDOT's plans to convert Highway 70 to a freeway between Lynn Road and to a little past TW Alexander. So with all the improvements in the vicinity of this area, traffic is going to be a completely different story altogether in a few years from what it is today. And the developer here is committed an estimated cost of $2.5 million worth of road improvements in this vicinity to facilitate that. Finally, the project commits to one-time monetary contributions of, well, on the development plans, that's $20,000 to DPS. That number was one that the applicant came up with at the initial submittal. With the numbers in the staff report based on student generation, we would increase that number to $57,500 to DPS. And there is a one-time monetary contribution of $120,000 to the Affordable Housing Fund. But the project does more than that for affordable housing as well. Commitment number 9 requires a minimum of 3% of the total number of units to be affordable under the UDO definition for sale product. And on this project, that provides ownership opportunities for 13 families without any subsidy from the city. And Lennar is not outsourcing this, so to speak. They are committed to figuring out how to provide more affordable housing options in Durham. As you know, they are heavily invested in the city. They have been for years, and they intend to be for years to come. We're very proud of this project. We submitted in July of 2021. So it's taken a long time. It's been a long road for us to get here. And it's been an even longer road for the owners who have been marketing the site for more than 15 years. I did want also to list a few other commitments. There is really no use, seeing what people have to say and that type of thing. We understand and recognize the expectations in Durham. And so there are a few more commitments I'd like to discuss. They are in general consistent with the soil and erosion control tax amendments. So the double silt fence at the waterways, I think that's at the watercourse buffers, we would do that. The site also will be designed to detain the peak flow rate for the 100-year storm leaving the site as a whole. So handling the 100-year storm there. Additionally, we would also commit to using flocculants in our sediment and erosion control standards, like is suggested in the draft text amendment. And I believe the opacity and the existing buffer on the development plan is shown as 0.4 and a 20-foot buffer. We would keep that a 20-foot buffer, but we would increase that to a 0.6 opacity. And I just wanted to make those commitments here, and I could circle up with staff on that. But I thank you for your time tonight, and our team is available to answer your questions. Thank you for your time and consideration. Look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Are there any other folks in the audience who are proponents of the project? Any proponents? And then Madam Clerk, are there any proponents on Zoom? Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have a number of cards in front of me. I have a total of 10 folks. I think that the applicant used 7 out of the 10 minutes. So you may have some time for rebuttal. And I'm just gonna, since there's 10 folks, I'm just gonna call the first 5 to come up in a group and then the second 5. So Jacob Freeman, Laura Holloman, Tammy Sawaya, Donna Steinbach, and Pam Williams. Is she she might be a proponent then? Oh, she's an applicant. Thank you. Good evening. Could you state your name and address for the record? Thank you. And you have 3 minutes.
So my name is Jacob Freeman. I reside at 6408 Olivia Terrace in Raleigh, North Carolina. So I'll keep my comments brief because they're going to mirror a lot of things that you're probably going to hear, but I'd like for you to hear it from me as well as a citizen who's interested in Falls Lake in particular. So, again, the majority of my concerns are around the Little Lick Creek watershed in Falls Lake and the impact on traffic in the area. As a Wake County resident, someone interested in health of Falls Lake, I'm concerned about the significant potential to further exacerbate pollution issues in the Little Lick Creek watershed with grading and significant development operations in the area of the Triassic Basin soils, which has been talked about on numerous occasions. According to North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality, Triassic Basin soils are characterized by having sedimentary rocks, primarily sandstone and siltstone, which are clay rich. So this soil composition results in soil formations that do not hold or soak up water easily, a lot of runoff. Since these soils don't hold or soak up the water easily, water and anything entrained that water runs off, resulting in significant erosion and pollution in nearby watersheds. All the runoff during and after construction will result in ongoing water quality problems in Lick Creek and ultimately into Falls Lake, which is Raleigh's drinking water supply. This will further complicate Durham City's efforts to maintain the health of Lick Creek, and some of that's been expressed in terms of the costs that have been identified for what is existing, not what is going to be added to in the future. My other concern for the development is the traffic issues it will cause. So I'm a resident of Wake County, granted, but I do regularly use Highway 98, Highway 70, Sharon Road, and Middle Springs Road, and I'm aware of the traffic issues in that area. In my view, this project will have significant potential to make poor traffic conditions on these roads much worse. So the issue has been noted multiple times during the city county planning meeting on 13 September in the written comments. And I noted about 46% of the public comments in the social pinpoint community input tool. So those folks also noted similar traffic concerns in their input. So the written comments from the city county, I would just note that one of the written comments from the city county planning commission also indicated the need for a comprehensive traffic study in the area. And so for these reasons, I would be against the proposal. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much. Tammy Sawaya.
Thank you. Tammy Suaya, Baptist Road, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. First, I want to say I'm just like Mayor Neal. I've been here my whole life. I've seen the development. On Baptist Road, we have Falls Village. I welcome the development. I understand we've got to have this. But my concern starts when the marina looks out and takes a picture and there's money. We know about the environmental. But also, I'm concerned personally about the EMS and the fire. I think we're growing, but I worry that we're growing too fast in an area. And some of the things that I've heard that you should probably look into is that on Station 17 on Leesville Road, as I understand, Sunday night, there was no manned medic truck. In fact, there hasn't been a manned truck at Station 17 for 3 weeks. And Station 8 at Grove Park has never had a medic truck. So it's just things like that that concern me. Station 18 is still not up and running. Station 19, there'll be an RTP, is still 3 to 5 years off. I hear of Station 21 that I asked, and I did for you, where is it going to be? And I still don't understand where that's going to be. So I asked, why so fast? Let's do it smartly. And then another economic thing I kind of want to bring up. I've advised with a real estate agent, and if the units are at 400,000 per price point, and we're gonna build 420 units, a developer would typically have about a 10% profit margin. So that's $16.8 million. Now that's after it's been built, and 2 to 3 years after, 16.8 million. And we know that we've heard that the restoration of Little Lick Creek could cost us 22 million. So I'll just end there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Sawaya. Donna Steinman?
Hello, I'm Donna Steinbeck at 4825 Jimmy Rogers Road, Durham, North Carolina. I'm a lifelong resident of Durham. Good evening, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and council members. We're an opponent of the Michael Ridge Project Development Plan because one very big reason is the project is too large for only one phase. It's 90 acres. And that includes like clear cutting and mass grading these 90 acres. Examples that are better than this in the state of North Carolina include Charlotte, who has a maximum of 20 acres at a time, and Cary, who has a maximum of 25 acres. And the acreage being proposed in the new phase in tree preservation is less than 90 acres. This is a new project in Southeast Durham with poor environmental metrics. We request that the blasting be given a 10-day notice to neighbors. Blasting is anticipated because of the topography of this area. And that was shown when she put the map of the project up earlier. And times for the blasting schedule be given to the people that are being affected, at least within 1,000 feet of the blast sites. And that we requested developer owner to be responsible for blasting notification and providing damage compensation. A lot of times that's been the blasting company, and that hasn't been working too well. In fact, it's been working poorly. And I am somewhat of an expert on that. If these blasting rules are not adhered to, I'd ask for there to be a stop work order because there's not an ordinance right now that stops it. So we need to have some promise from the developer. We requested more than the minimum metrics for this project because this is in the Triassic soil. The metrics that are throughout may differ because they are not taking into account the nature of this turbidity with the Triassic soil. Right now, the impervious soil is maxing at 70% is what the development plan stated, and that's the maximum allowed. The open space at 16%, which is the minimum allowed, and the tree preservation at 20%, which is the minimum allowed. So allowed, again, we're having minimums as far as environmental matrix.
Thank you, Ms. Stein. The next person I have is Pam Williams. Good evening, Ms. Williams.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Pam Williams. I live at 2130 Adventure Trail. I lived in Durham area my entire life. I've except for a year in Saudi Arabia and 5 years in Birmingham. I'm opposed to this. I want everybody to understand that issues now are stemming from the such a huge amount of land is being disturbed at one time. There's over 1,000 acres in east, southeast Durham, Lick Creek, Little Lick Creek, that is under disturbance at this time and all. And that creates a lot of problems. It's never been this high before. We're requesting additional commitments from the developer to help to control the erosion during construction in this Triassic soils, which is unique to this area. We request a minimum of 30 feet with a dense 0.6 mixed vegetation along Yakes Road and Middle Springs Road. Again, 5909 Leesville Road did commit to that back in September. I don't think this development will be building a retention pond on the high side like apparently they're going to be doing on Sharon Road project, because pretty much all the land slopes away from Middle Springs. And so I hope the 30-foot buffer would not be canceled for retention pond on the high side of land. My other concern is traffic congestion in this area. As has been noted, it is already bad out here. There is a study, U5720, that is proposed, was proposed by DOT. It is still in the TIP. However, the MPO asked it to be put on hold several years ago so they could study a boulevard. This boulevard, they had 3 public meetings back in December for this boulevard study. And there was no, or if any, very little approval or wanting to move forward with a boulevard on that project. And NCDOT has spent many years and a lot of money in developing options for improvements to US 70. And I don't understand why the MPO is spending more and delaying the design. The design had gotten to alternatives. And again, it was approved back in 2018 by the MPO to move forward with a freeway. But of course, things change and people change, and now they want a boulevard. I'm also requesting that a 30-foot with 0.6 density vegetation be provided for the properties along for people who has properties, the single homes and everything. The development is providing 100-foot boundary buffer along the salvage yard. Why can't they provide 30 along the properties?
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you.
Ms. Andrews, Ms. Pam Andrews is next. And then after her, I have Ms. Tina Pearson, Thomas Freeman, and Rebecca Freeman. Good evening.
Good evening, Pamela Andrews, 6108 Wake Forest Highway. I'm going to say this, and I all due respect, this came out of a person's home. I'm just going to say that. I'm just going to talk from my heart right this minute. I'm a retired teacher that's back in the classroom all the time. And I had Achilles tendon surgery when I was driving across the county. I couldn't drive. My husband had to drive me for over 8 months. And that's when I saw the condition of these creeks. It was not because it was beside my home. It was in my community. And that's when I reached out to my friends, my people I cared about, my community, and I started Preserve Rural Durham because I cared about the water. And as a science teacher, it was not normal to see tomato soup. And I have a bottle on my kitchen counter from July, and it is not settled. I'm not going to say that we're disagreeing, but mine is not settled. I can show it to you today. It has not moved one place since I put it there in July. Some basic science things I want to remind everybody of. I'm a science teacher. I'm a middle school science teacher, so I'm passionate about it. There were 3 things we taught our students you had to have: food, water, shelter. Yes, we need shelter, but we also have to have water. It is the sustaining part of our lives. We cannot live without water, folks. We have to have it. Another basic concepts of food chain. What goes in the water goes into these macroinvertebrates, goes to the next level of fish, and goes down the food chain, not just in Durham, North Carolina, but all the way to the coast of North Carolina. when you eat oysters, when you eat clams. This stuff is called biomagnification. I'm going to read the definition. The concentration of toxins in an organism as a result of it ingesting other plants or animals in which the toxins are more dispersed. That happens as these toxins are then moving down the food chain. Would I want to eat things? No. There are many fishermen on Falls Lake that catch them but won't eat them. It's not just Durham, it's all the way to our Pamlico and Albemarle Sounds that we have to be concerned. I took many kids to the Outer Banks. Many kids, never seen the water in their lives. I took them down there overnight, brave me, but I did it and they never forgot it. But it is the Outer Banks that we have to also be concerned about. We went to the UNRBA. Tom and I spoke about 2 weeks ago to the UNRBA. We won't know if these amendments are working until we try them. These people are quoting things for the erosion control, but what about the tree preservation one that hasn't even been talked about yet? The limiting how many acres can be clear cut at a time. That one doesn't even get talked about until February the 15th. Mr. Cahill sent me that date this week. And I'll say this, 280 acres of land are under 280 projects of land are under disturbance with in the county. Do you know how many inspectors we've got to go check those 280 land disturbances? 4. They hope to get there every 6 weeks.
Ms. Andrews.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Next, I have Ms. Tina Pearson. Good evening, Ms. Pearson. You're free now.
Hi, I'm Tina Motley Pearson at 2205 Olive Branch Road. So actually, you know, it's interesting, Durham is a leader in watershed protection for Lake Mickey and Little River, where they get their water. Do you know how much impervious surface Durham allows in their own water supply watershed? Does anyone know? 6%, that's it. Now, this is a project that's up to 70% impervious surface in a water supply watershed. That's huge. That's mostly for commercial development, but even 24% is pretty high. Now, an interesting thing too, when he was talking about the Falls Lake rules, I actually went to those stakeholder meetings, and Karen Sindelar was a city attorney, so you can ask her to back me up on this. But Durham, well, there's a question about legality because they used stormwater fees, potentially illegally, to actually pay Steve Levitas, who used to be a former Diener secretary, to weaken the rules, to successfully weaken the Falls Lake rules. You can check, ask her to back me up on that. So yeah, this is huge. Like 70% is it's a lot. And one of the problems is like atmospheric deposition. So we actually have nitrogen in our rain. And when you have so much impervious surface and you've taken out your topsoil and the trees and all the things that help absorb this nitrogen and phosphorus, it just goes straight to the creeks too. I mean, that's one reason why, you know, Rolling View Marina has 2 more feet of sediment. So it's all kinds of things. And Durham admits to having a lack of resources in terms of how many people can get to these sites to either write violations or make sure that people are doing it right. So how are they going to judge like flocculants are just going to fix everything? You're just going to, you know, and then you're going to have to dredge where the flocculants have, I mean, because the sediment's going to build up in the bottom of something else, the stormwater ponds or whatever. I mean, if you just stop all the mass grading and blasting, you can still develop. I mean, there are areas that still get developed. Northern Durham still has areas that still get developed, but you're not having all the problems with the mass grading and the blasting and all that. That is the problem. That's the main problem. And anyway, I appreciate you listening to us. I know it's complicated. I really do know. It's unfortunate for Durham that the only place that actually where you have good soil is Northern Durham, and that's your water supply watershed. So you guys don't want to develop there. So I get it. It is so complicated. And I am sorry that you guys have to do it because they built this regional pump station. And so the developers are all chomping at the bit to use it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas Freeman, is there? Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Freeman. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Freeman. I reside at 1818 Southview Road, Durham. My brief comments in front of you tonight is a continuation of what I started earlier, where I talked again about 303D impaired waters. Did you hear me? 303D impaired waters designated by the EPA. That's a bad report card. I'll leave it at that. I'm not going to go any further. I'm reading from the Little Lick Creek Local Watershed Plan. It's public document. It's available for you. It's produced by the UNRBA, December 2006. And I'll briefly touch on a couple of these points. But before I do that, I would like to just surface again my comment going into the Little Lick Creek issue. And I outlined what your plan said it was going to cost to fix. And is it right for taxpayers moving forward to foot that bill for that damage that's already been done? Continuing on. Little Lick Creek watershed again is 20.8 square feet. It's a big plot of real estate. We talked about mass grading, but for the drive to get high density, you do not have to mass grade and you do not expose that soil, high erodibility. We've not even talked about shrink swell capacity because we've been so concerned about it washing off the site, but it does have a high shrink swell. And anybody that knows anything about SOG slab on grade construction knows what I'm talking about. The watershed land use is written in accordance with this plan. So that Little Lick Creek watershed is primarily a low density neighborhood. It goes on to say, talk about impervious cover. Impervious cover is a widely accepted measure of urban development, and levels above 10% can have a significant impact on water quality. And that's footnoted in the report. And I'll close by saying, in the summary of this document, they concluded that the development density was correlated to decreased water quality in each of the models tested. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last card I have this evening is Rebecca Freeman. No? Okay, thank you. And then, Madam Clerk, I have a Don Capps on the Zoom. If you could please make them available. Good evening, Ms. Capps. Can you hear us?
Yes,
Good evening. You have 3 minutes. Could you please state your name and address for the record?
my name is Dawn Capps and I live at 1502 South Mineral Springs. This information on the Michael Ridge project was voted down by the Planning Commission 11 to 0. And the same concerns that were addressed at that meeting are still concerns and problems. Right now, the traffic is horrible. It's heavily congested, the volume and the speed. I have to wait quite a bit of time to get out of my driveway. And right now, with 420 proposed dwellings, that would be, just say 1 car per dwelling. Plus, they're about a half a mile from this project is one that runs from Mineral Springs to Holder Road. That's about 190 dwellings. And you just approved 120 dwellings on Sharon Road and Mockingbird Lane. And you're looking at about 800 vehicles if already on a congested road. And it's a big concern. Right now, the roads do not handle it. And I know they're talking about making improvements, but there's no timeline on those. And right now, this area just cannot handle any more traffic with these proposed developments. Also, the concern for Lick Creek, this development has 2 crossings over the stream that run into Lick Creek. And that's bound to have an impact, a very negative impact on it. And I'm opposed to this. Obviously, you can tell by what I've said, but it's just not in the plan for right now for this to work. All these individual projects need to be looked at collectively and see the impact instead of each one of them being looked at separately, because individually they may not look like they have a big impact. But when they're all put together, you see there is a big volume of impact, from the infrastructure to the water, the traffic, the fire, the rescue, the schools, everything. It's like we're just not ready for this big of a development with these other two already proposed. And I'm opposed to this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other opponents? I see a hand raised. You can come to the podium, and then when you're done, ma'am, could you please just fill out a yellow card for the city clerk? Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. I'm Wanda Allen, and I thank for your time tonight. A lot of the things that I will be saying tonight, you have already heard. I do want to remind everyone, all of us, that the decisions that we're making at this local level is having an impact on the entire state. You heard tonight that in 2015, $23 million has been funded to clean up Little Lick Creek. We as taxpayers are having to take that bill. You also, as a reminder, that the decisions at this local level is also having an impact on small businesses. You've already heard tonight about the marina and how it is having an impact on that small business at Falls Lake. So let's just think about it for a second. Let's think about, do we want to continue going down this road that we're on? Or do we want to take the data and the information that we have received as we've gone down this road and try to think of a new way to approach our concerns? We're at a central point, we really are. Do we continue or do we take another road? We've heard tonight, many times you guys have heard, Tri-Six soil is a unique soil. The streams, the lakes, they're already damaged. You've heard about the health and safety and the economic impact for Durham and as well as for the North Carolina residents. We can't take back what we damaged to the water and the land, but you can make a different choice in a different direction. We can't take back the economic impact on that small business. And a number of the small businesses along 98, people are not going there to the lake anymore. They're not stopping at the convenience stores. They're not stopping at those little grills. However, what we can do to allow us to have the housing is we can implement the tax amendments and we can still get the housing. No one has ever said that we did not want housing. We are proud to live in an area that I consider as a melting pot. We have so many people in this area and we're proud of it. You can also implement Durham's comprehensive plan, which addresses how you can endorse small businesses. That comprehensive plan has a section 6 that talks about how you are to endorse the small businesses. So the question is to all of us, do you continue the same course or do you take a different direction, which will lessen the pain on the environment, small business, and the taxpayers? And I always say this, you guys are more than welcome to come and see the damage that has been done. The eyes affect the heart and the heart affects their decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this item? Okay, that is a opponent. Mr. Ghosh, by my math, you have about 20 minutes for a rebuttal if you would like to use it. As usual, I encourage you not to.
I appreciate that. I will try not to use all 20 minutes, but there are a few things that we would like to take some time to respond to. Number one being traffic. I think several people have discussed or expressed a concern about traffic and the need for a comprehensive study to be done in this area. The good news is that a comprehensive study has been done. In fact, some of the opponents have mentioned the various NCDOT projects that are being planned and funded in this area, which are based on comprehensive plans of the traffic in this area. Additionally, this project itself did its own TIA as was required and has committed to road improvements, which would come at an estimated cost of $2.5 million to the developer for road improvements in this area. I don't think anyone on our development team would dispute that traffic is bad in the area today. That's why we are investing to improve that situation. It's also why NCDOT is doing the same thing regardless of this project. So yes, traffic is bad, but I think it is dishonest to say that it hasn't been looked at and isn't being addressed. It absolutely is. I do want to address the small business. I mean, I am not of the means to be a patron of a marina. But you know, if to the extent that development is causing issues at a small business, I think that's unfortunate. I'm not certain that this development is doing that. This development, again, is not in the Searles Basin. I don't know where this marina is or where its patrons live, but it's, you know, I'm not aware of a marina near this development. There's been a request for slow growth. I've heard that. I think everyone can have their own opinion about what that means. I will just say this plan was submitted in 2021. It's a little slow for us, if you're asking me. The impervious area, I think you all are aware that under the UDO, there are essentially two levels of impervious. There's the low density or 24% and the high density or 70%. And this development plan has picked the high density because it's above 24%. We're nowhere near 70%. And in fact, we'd be willing to commit that the impervious on this site would be no more than 45%. Lennar is well aware of the issues in Durham. They've been here a long time. They're not trying to max out everything and cause all and exacerbate issues in Durham. They are a good steward of land. They are a good developer. They're a good neighbor in Durham. I believe Ms. Williams requested some 30-foot buffers along properties, and I'm not sure which properties those are, but I will tell you that there are some properties that are in between us or this development and Mineral Springs that have been bought by a developer, not Lennar, that is looking to develop those parcels. They have not at all requested, no one in the area has requested a 100-foot buffer that I'm aware of, except for LKQ, which we did provide that buffer. I think it was mentioned that, you know, developers or maybe me specifically have only referred to the sedimentation and erosion control text amendments that are on the table and not the tree preservation one. There's one reason in particular why we haven't addressed the tree preservation text amendment. My understanding is that the planning department is redrafting that and maybe as situated is not really going to be what's in front of the council. That's my understanding. Now, that having been said, we actually did evaluate this site based on the draft that people have seen. And it has quite an impact on this site. I believe based on the way the site lays out, it would need to find a little less than 6 acres more of tree preservation, which ultimately means 6 acres of the most available area would have to be preserved, which comes at a loss of like, you know, nearly 50 units, something like that, under the current draft. But I don't want to go there because my understanding is that the planning department is rewriting that draft anyway. So I'm not sure how useful that information is. I'll stop there. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. At this time, I'm going to close the public hearing and I'm going to take this matter back before council. And if any of my colleagues have any comments or questions.
I have a question. Or
Yes, Councilmember.
Thank you. And I'm not gonna be before you long because yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I'm not gonna be before these questions long because it's late. So I just want some clarity on, it's 420 homes, am I correct?
That's right.
Right, at a 3% affordable housing that you're offering?
Yeah, so a minimum of 3% of the final units would be affordable. Yeah,
So like 13 units.
yeah, there would be opportunities for 13 families for, ownership opportunities.
Okay. So again, as I said a couple of weeks ago, I look at every individual case. And so for me, again, I'm really big on trying to figure out what's going on out there with the water and all this. So I won't be voting for this particular. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any other colleagues? Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Williams.
Thank you, Councilmember Caballero. Mr. Ghosh, I wanted some clarity as to, in reading some of the Planning Commission comments, the impression I'm getting is that some of the comments say that there's just single detached homes. Some say single and townhomes. Was there any evolution in this proposal? Did it ever just start off as single detached homes and then evolve?
At the Planning Commission, the proposal was for a maximum of 420 units, no more than 120 of which would be single-family detached. There was inclusion at the time of the Planning Commission for rear-loaded townhomes and for front-loaded townhomes. That portion of this project has not changed.
Was there any consideration to do townhomes, single homes, and an apartment complex?
No.
Tell us why. I mean, and I know you talked about not maxing density out, but I'm asking because, a common motif in some of these comments is, mixed housing types. We've got 2 of them. So I'm not sure if they were talking about quads or duplexes or apartment. Could you just tell us the thinking that went into the mix on the property? It's a pretty big piece of property.
Sure. So on the multifamily side, the reason that this site didn't really, it would be useful if the development plan could be brought up, but there is essentially, so multifamily locates a lot like commercial in that what they want is high visibility, a lot of pass-by traffic. So Mineral Springs Road, not necessarily the major thoroughfare in this area. It's obviously Highway 70. And this assemblage in particular has only very limited frontage on Mineral Springs that is developable in a contiguous manner because of a stream over there. So there's really only a small section where anything other than, I would say, like a townhome or a single family detached would be, visible from the roadway, from the major roadway. And that section is quite small and wasn't really viable in Lennar's estimation for multifamily.
Thank you. To the opponents, Ms. Andrews, may I ask you a question? Good evening, and thank you for hanging in there with us. Yes, ma'am. You gestured to me and waved a bottle of water and said this is from someone's home. Is that person here?
Yes.
Would they care to identify themselves? Would you mind?
Pam Williams.
Right. Thank you. So the water was waved at me and gestured to me and said this came from someone's home. This came from what's in the bottle?
It's water from my sink, my kitchen sink, and that was taken December 1st. And we brought it to a public hearing here at the council back in December also. And a clear, yeah.
Do you have testing results of it?
No,
So what was I supposed to do?
you know how much that costs?
No, but it was,
Several $100s, more than three. What,
I believe you. I believe you. So absent the testing, what was I supposed to deduce from that?
well, I mean, you were asking for water from somebody's sink and
Tested water.
from, yeah, but one time you asked from somebody's sink, were they getting turbidity in their sink water or drinking water inside the house? And so, you know, that's why we brought it and everything. No, I have not had mine tested. But some neighbors have in the community.
Are there any of them here?
They're not here tonight. Most of them are elderly.
There are some that have been tested and I do have results, but I would have to ask their permission to release them. And there are some residents who have had theirs tested. They've been sent off, partly used thermal systems, and then part of that water is then sent to the state, and those water tests are not back. So they have tried to get you numbers that we could bring before you. One was privately tested, that is back, but again, I would have to get permission for them to release that to you. Another elderly couple had water tested in 2020. It was then repeated a couple weeks ago. They're the ones whose well was blown up and no responsibility was taken for it. I have their 2020 results and I have their end of 2022, right before Christmas, results again. So there
You have
are
the
people,
result of their testing?
I do, but I would have to get permission from them to release it to you. But I do have copies of it. Yes, I do.
So just so I'm clear, because that's a pretty dramatic gesture.
It is
Am I supposed
very,
To
it
do
is.
something from the appearance of the water?
No, I'm just saying you had mentioned earlier, we were sitting out there about wanting to see water again from the home. And this was water that Pam had brought and we've had it in my book bag for the last 2 months. And so I just said, we said, well, we can pull the one out that we had from December the 1st. She labeled it, she sealed it up, and it's been in my book bag to bring back and forth if we should need to show it. But, you know, we do have water tests and there are other residents who are feeling more and more the need and contact me regularly asking how they could go about testing their well water. There are a number of residents, particularly with some new developments that are dynamite blasting very, very close to a property line. I showed you the lady's small cabin where they're blasting right beside. Those neighbors asked for a pre-inspection. They were denied. They were not within the 600 feet, so they were denied a pre-inspection, but they are already concerned about damage to their well and have now sought private testing.
Thank you. Finally, when those, I'm sure you will share those because that seems highly relevant and material when those tests.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for them to, one particular lady that went through, like I said, Durham County, part of it's tested through Durham County, and then part of it gets sent to the state. I checked with her regularly. She's still waiting for her results to come back and does not have them yet. But another home within a baseball throw did a different private testing and there are results back already.
I'd like to work with you folks to perhaps approach our colleagues at the county.
I know this seems like we're very antagonistic and we really are not.
No, I'm not.
I'm from the bottom of my heart. I love this town, born and raised here my entire life. My husband, his entire life. And, my family roots run very deep, as Mayor O'Neill said, hers run very deep. And, we're just asking for there to be some kind, we come week after week and it's actually been a full year. It's been a full year. We started in January last year and we had our first meeting at a Ruleton Club almost exactly a year ago today. And we have been on this mission. I live it, I sleep it, I breathe it. My phone rings from the morning time I get up to the time I go to bed. There are people back there blowing me up now wanting to talk to me. And we just want some resolution. We want some answers. We're not here to argue against this. We have development that's come out our way. Look at Carolina Arbors. We never came down here. Look at Fendel Farms. We didn't come down here. It's only when the creek started looking so blood red that it raised attention. And we're just asking for there to be something. If these amendments will fix it, praise God, and we all move on. We just need some kind of resolution so that we all feel like we are not drinking polluted water.
Absolutely. And I was going to say that I do not in any sense, feel antagonized or sense antagonism. I think the last meeting I said that we ought all have some humility and be careful. I don't, nobody up here is in the pocket of developers or jumping up and down for developers. And I'm not accusing you folk of being antagonistic. I believe you. We're on a mission too. I'm on a mission to govern and help manage with my colleagues a growing city. And there are no easy issues.
It's not.
There are no easy answers to this. What I was going to say is, I'd like to, with y'all's permission, perhaps help in approaching our colleagues at county to see if they've got some money where we can expedite the testing.
I
I mean,
did.
like, let me finish. Somebody said it's hundreds of dollars. If we have residents and citizens, we don't expect you to buy fire trucks. We don't expect you to buy police cars by yourself. If there are citizens that are in peril, whose health is demonstrably threatened, then it's incumbent upon your government. You shouldn't have to spend hundreds of dollars to have it tested. That crosses the threshold of government intervention. So I'd like to work with you to approach our colleagues. We have relationships. It's very collegial. It's not antagonistic. To go and to test that. We can start with that bottle that you showed me, and see what's going on in our residents' homes. I'm not going to vote to poison people.
No, I wouldn't think that, and I don't want it to ever be, because the first thing I learned from the Nygaard family is we're not to be NIMBYs, not in my backyard. And I don't want it to come across that, because when I got involved, I was watching houses that were 2 or 3 miles away from me, that creek, but it runs the backside of my property. But I got involved for my concern for them. And I have stood up here week after week after week for concern for my friends in my community. It's not about me.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. My offer stands.
Thank you. Real quick, colleagues, we're after 11 already, and we need to either take a break or be able to wrap up quickly, but our closed captioners have been at it for over 2 hours. So we'll take a break. We're going to keep it at, we're keeping it at 7 minutes. Keep y'all tight. Go to the bathroom, be quick. Keep going. Thank you.
Those vegetables. No, I didn't like.
Tell us what a social district is.
So it's a initiative that was started by the General Assembly. It was passed back in 2021. And it allows for cities to create districts where people can take cocktails, wine, beer, leave an establishment and walk around within that district, enjoying that beverage. And then based on the involvement of other businesses, they can take that alcoholic beverage into another store, into another restaurant. And it's just a way to get people moving about downtown.
I was gonna ask, what are you hearing businesses say?
People being out and about that are in a positive mood and like happy, I think it's good for public safety. I want people walking around downtown Durham. I want, the community involved with each other. I want people meeting each other, and making connections and really being a part of the community as opposed to just coming into a business and exiting downtowns.
Are you 50 or better? Registration is now open for the 2023 Durham Senior Games and Silver Arts. The Olympic-style program is geared toward creating a year-round approach to health and wellness for participants who are 50 years old and better through sports, arts, and social activities. It will take place between April 17th and May 4th. Participants will compete in a wide range of events, including basketball shooting, croquet, swimming, table tennis, shuffleboard, pickleball, and heritage and visual arts. Registration is open through March 10th with a fee of $15 for city residents and $19 for non-city residents. Participants must be Durham County residents for a minimum of 3 consecutive months of the year. For more information, visit dprplaymore.org/328 and follow DPR on social media.
Okay, thank you. We're going to start back up. I think it was Councilmember Williams and then Councilmember Holsey Hyman.
Yeah, we ready?
I'm gonna do my teacher clap here in a minute, y'all.
Hello, I think we're coming back to order.
Clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice.
Where's the gavel?
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. I think you were up next, and then I think it's Councilmember Holsey Hyman. I'm gonna go mouse free.
I think something else is happening as I lose my thought after a break. Councilmember Hyman, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you. I just want to call Pamela Anderson back up for. Excuse me. I'm tired. I know her name. Anders.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, I just wanted you to speak to some of the things that we were speaking about and trying to get done.
That's correct. And in all fairness, need to give you lots of kudos because she reached out to me. I'll never forget exactly where I was. I was Christmas shopping and I was in the Best Buy parking lot when Ms. Hyman called me. And she suggested to me that we have this bridge with some of the city council and some of the county commissioners. And we have worked on that And I want to praise you for that, Ms. Hyman. She has worked with Wendy Jacobs. Wendy Jacobs said she would spearhead it. We had to find out how many could come from the city council side, how many could come from the county commissioner side. So we didn't break any of the quorum rules or other things that you guys have to follow. And Wendy Jacobs has agreed to spearhead that and to get the meeting set up. And so Ms. Hyman started that. She called me because she, bless her heart, felt like she was a little bit, her daughter called her out on something she said to me. And, but she did not come across that anyway. But, anyway, and we did talk for a while, in the parking lot when I was standing at Best Buy before Christmas. And, thank you for wanting to coordinate that. We've been trying to iron out a date, but, she and, I think 2 or 3 from this council could be there. And then I think 2 from the county commissioners could be there for us to try to work together and resolve some of these issues. So thank you very much for doing that.
Thank you. I just wanted.
Okay. I apologize that I didn't think of that earlier. I truly apologize, but I want to give you credit where credit's due.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Councilmember Caballero. So I'm going to be supporting this case. I just have a couple of comments. It's kind of late, so I won't speak for too long. I feel like y'all have been here enough times. We're at the point now where we're having the same conversation over and over about every development in the regions that y'all care about, which is fine. You say the same things, I say the same things. I don't want to say the same things tonight. Here's what I'm thinking about. Y'all have given me no actual hard evidence that this creek is being harmed by development activity. We don't have test results, right? We don't have water quality monitoring. What we have is your assertion that this is the truth. I would like more than that. I'm going to need more than that in order to base zoning decisions on that. And if you had evidence of that, like if you had hard evidence, you've been here enough times that I believe if you had the evidence, you would have given it to us. So this is an invitation for y'all to produce more than your say so, right? More than you believe this is happening. And even if we had evidence that the creek was being harmed by development, in order for me to vote against these cases for environmental reasons, I would have to believe that it was more harmful to build here than it is to build other places in the city. Because everywhere in the city that we build, we have runoff, we have impervious surface, and we are not in a place in Durham right now where we can afford to halt development activity. So the question isn't if, the question is where. So again, this is an invitation for y'all to provide more evidence than just you believe it's happening that I can take into account when making a decision, because right now I really don't have that. And it's really exhausting, honestly, for the same arguments to come up over and over again without any actual evidence to back them up. So please give me test results, right? You know, what Mayor Pro Tem Middleton was asking for, some actual hard evidence that is meaningful, that is more meaningful than, you know, just we think this is happening, right? Because I can't judge that, especially when I have staff telling me different things. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Williams, I didn't know if you were ready now.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be quick as well. You know, each of us as council members, we have our respective votes for our respective reasons. I will be supporting this case as well, which I usually don't project, but I want to say something that's happening on the record. And this is with no disrespect to anyone, but we have about 9 or 10 county residents that come to every meeting. And I think that you all are helping us get better by scrutinizing this process. But I also want to point out a few things. Where is everyone else? If this issue is that bad, where is everyone else? 2, what are we requesting of the county, of our county colleagues? 3, I think that to you all's concern, and I share this, there does need to be more clarity around who's responsible for what. Because this stuff is really complicated. Because when I talk to staff, they're saying something very different than what I'm hearing. And there's one group of people where we actually pay to do this stuff for us, where you know, city residents actually pay for us to have these professionals put in place. Now, Council members are gonna believe who they wanna believe, and that's gonna inform their vote. I try to be as objective as possible. But I do wanna bring this out also, that traffic is a consistent concern amongst what I'm hearing tonight and what I'm seeing in the planning commission comments, but a lot of times, the planning commission members are voting no. You are encouraging us to vote no, but they're for two different reasons. Planning commission is wanting us to do more of what you don't want of. And to this case specifically, this is not even in the Searles Basin. But it is the same argument for every single thing. And this argument around slow down building, and we don't control the demand. People are gonna come in this city and they're gonna go somewhere, whether we like it or not. You know that South Bank building that's coming down there, there's gonna be another high rise where people say, oh, we don't need any more luxury tall tower apartments. We don't control that. So on the 40 acres that some of y'all live on, or however many it is, somebody can either live on that land and it's gonna be a single family home with a big old yard. That doesn't help our climate, that doesn't help our situation, doesn't make it better. Or we can actually continue to improve the process, which we're doing. And I appreciate some of the developers that are coming in and offering more than what's required, but people are gonna live somewhere. And we don't control that, we mitigate it. And we're trying to mitigate this process as best as possible. But it's the same people, and I think there's benefit to it. But our outcome is the fact that there are a lot of folks moving to this area. And to be more specific, South Asians making well over 6 figures are the fastest growing demographic, and they are going to go somewhere. And we can take 450 units and put on one city block and go up, or we can take each of them and put them in a single family home and spread them out like many of you live. And that contributes to the issue again. Where's everybody else? City residents, where are you? This issue is so bad. So we have a lot of complex issues here. When I talk to staff, the professionals that we're paying to lead us through this, that should inform you how many of us are voting. But each of us can only speak for one person. That's each of us ourselves. So I will be supporting this, and those are the reasons why, until I'm convinced otherwise.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Mayor, I wasn't sure if you had anything because I'm just moving down the line. I didn't know if you had any comments because I'm just kind of moving down the line at this point. No, okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, you spoke. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments. I did want to track back because I think Pam was gonna offer a response, and I do want to hear that.
Okay. Thank you for letting me do this very quickly. Samantha Crop has been taking all these scientific numbers, and I have come to meetings with numbers and shared them with E. coli numbers, turbidity numbers. I understand she went and met with Ryan Eves and Jonathan McNeil a few weeks ago, and they have agreed to use her numbers, her data. So that has been agreed to be used, and they would work together. I wasn't in the meeting, but that was what was given to me. I know that she has been back over there and met, I think, with Sarah at times and some other people over there, but she is the person who is collecting the data, who met with Mayor O'Neill today, and I think talked with DeGianna today. They're not Pam Andrews' numbers. I'm a retired science teacher. These are people that are professionals. They have the numbers, and she has met with them because you had brought that out before. We need to get these people to work together, Commissioner Williams, and she has done that. She met with Ryan Eves and Jonathan McNeil. I don't remember the exact date. It was a few weeks ago. And they have agreed to accept her numbers because they were checking in different parts of the creek that had not been impacted yet. And they agreed to then go to the spots that she has targeted based on the location of developments. And they are now sharing data together. That's all I want to say. So it is, you have a question for me or just a question?
No, I look forward to it.
Yeah, I have a question for you. What is it about building homes that puts E. coli in the water? How is that? What do you think that connects?
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
You're talking about E. coli in the water.
Yes.
What about home construction increases the level of E. coli in the water?
Right. I mean, I understand that that could come from septic tanks. It could come from blasting out here.
They're not
I don't,
septic tanks. Blasting doesn't cause E. coli contamination. Like the linkages that you're making do not always make sense. And that's my concern.
okay, that's fine. Well, again, I can have Samantha because I don't collect the data. I don't go on the spots. I have been with them in the beginning when they were trying to figure out locations, but they have the spots. That is not my scientific background. I just share the numbers.
I don't disagree that the creek is impaired. I disagree that you can connect increased impairment to increased development activity in this region right now.
Okay.
And that is what you are arguing to us. The creek has
Yes.
been impaired since jump. We all know that, we agree. You have to show me that this development activity is causing the creek to be more impaired and that it's worse here than it would be anywhere else in the city. And y'all have not done that.
Their numbers, if you watch, because it's been documented for months, and you can see the increase. And also the locations where they're taken, because they're taken upstream where there was no development, in several parts within where there is development, and then downstream there was no development. There are strategically targeted areas that she samples. And again, that would be something I'm sure she would be glad to come and share with you, because I don't go out there. This is not me taking them. I just can tell you the numbers that she shares with me. But she is the expert that has those information. And she did meet with Mayor O'Neill today and Deidreana.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you.
I do want to just circle us up on this and say that I appreciate that some may not have the information that they're looking for. And of course, your votes are going to align with your information and the facts that you can line up. And it makes perfect sense. But I want to make sure, I want to just center this, that when a community starts to highlight an issue, it often takes time. And it also takes pressure for the entities like local, county, state, and federal folks to get involved. And I want to say that this work that they've been doing for the last year is what's doing that. It costs to get the test done. It costs to bring that type of data because you do want experts to give you facts. Who's paying for that? They cannot afford to pay for that. So it's incumbent upon us, whether as a council we want to cover that cost or not. But the county's moving on this. The county has come up with the amendment that we're hoping will pass. And this is why we keep bringing it forward to developers that come up to see if they'll proffer to accept what we know is a solution that could work. And again, we'll see if it will, because there's no guarantee. But I just want to make sure we're understanding, like, these folks are just residents in the community who noticed an issue. And they're trying to share with us as a council that there's an issue. I know it feels antagonistic, and I know it feels like you have to defend your vote, but it is really just making sure that we all understand, or we are hearing the concerns so that we can get to the point where there are funds available to actually get the expert information that you're looking for. I continuously just keep appreciating the time and effort that you're putting into this, because I know as a resident with 3 children working full-time, serving on this council, that without your metrics, without your water samples, without your constant attendance in these meetings, it's not possible for me as a council member to cover as much as you've covered in 1 year. And so we've sped up, and I think we'll probably prevent a lot of harm that would have come at the expense of residents all across this state, all across this, as you just shared, just on water. And then also on the side of county residents, acknowledging that if we can mitigate stream restoration before it happens. I mean, I don't think there's a test that gives you an answer for that, but if you can mitigate it before it happens, then what is that? I mean, that part is a hard part to explain. But I do know that with the Neuse River Keeper involved and with Diener doing the testing, which I know they did do, we're moving in the right direction. The conversation is circling into our JCCPC meetings finally. And it is also, I'm glad that Mayor Pro Tem has just offered his time as well. So there'll be three of us all pushing in this direction to make sure that we have the conversation with the county. And I think we're getting to that point. We're just not there yet. And I hear you. I just want to make sure my colleagues hear me say, it's not us against you or me against you. It's really just trying to figure out what's the best way to get the coverage we need, because we don't have the funds. I was looking at the city manager, like I felt like we had already been covering testing, but she said, no, we can't afford to do that. Not well testing. Look, you see her face, but it was a request to assist. But I just want to say that we're getting to that point where we'll address it. And I think that we're landing in a good space. It's not a fight. It's really just how best do we navigate to get to the point where we actually have the resources to test the water and make sure people are safe.
Thank you,
The
Councilmember.
mayor just pinched me, so.
Thank you.
Yes, it is now 11:31.
Thank you, Mayor O'Neill. I will be very brief. Thank you for all the council comments. This has been, as some of the residents have said, this has been a year. We have some amendments coming forward. There may be some revisions based on what some of the conversation that was had tonight. And I do want to, I said it before, we are trying to get density with environmental concerns. And that is the path that we have to chart. We're not doing large single family communities if we can prevent it. And I've had some, as the residents have been talking about water, what I talk about is land use. How can we most effectively, I asked these developers, asked them tonight, how am I going to get, because I look at my planning commissioner comments and I see, well, we need more variety on here. And I only see three types, right? The rear loaded, the regular townhome, and the single family. And I've had very long conversations on the financial implications on trying to build duplexes and triplexes. It gets into our code at the state level. There's a massive amount of barriers. I specifically asked this builder, Lennar, to come back with some kind of prototype because they can take the financial hit if it doesn't sell well, which isn't the case for some of our smaller local builders who are only developing at the most a few units at a time. So these are conversations we're having as council members. I want as much density on land as possible that also takes into consideration the environment that is. But we are not going to be developing, I've said it before, I grew up in Charlotte. I was on well water. I remember when we got forcefully annexed by the city of Charlotte because I was in the county. And I grew up with this kind of development. I grew up in the suburbs. I watched all the farmland go away. And if you go to the part of the county that I grew up in, Mecklenburg County, there's no farms left. There's no large single family homes on 40 acres anymore. And there's a lot more infrastructure. And guess what? Charlotte has light rail. They have density. They are a city. And that is what's going to happen in Durham. And I would rather us not be Mecklenburg County that's spread into Cabarrus County and everywhere else. I'd rather it be tight and well done. So every developer that comes in here, we're going to push for density. And I understand, and they can tell you, I understand that frightens residents, but we have to figure this out because in Person County and in Granville County, that's like the Wild West of zoning. There are no rules. So if we don't get it right here, we are pushing into our neighbors' territory. We are actually causing harm for them because they don't have any rules around or very little rules around the stormwater and the soil and the erosion, all the things that y'all mentioned here. We do actually impact our neighbors and we'll impact them negatively if we don't figure out how to do it well here. So I will be voting for this and I will be pushing on every developer that comes in the door for a better project, and we're getting better and better and better. It's been 4 years, 5 years, but it is getting better. And I understand it's frustrating for residents, these text amendments around erosion and all the soil and tree save, that was fast. Government moves slow. It's extremely frustrating. We do it every day. We're just as frustrated as you are. But the fact that it moved this quickly in the middle of the comp plan and other things that our planning staff are doing, That means a lot of time was dedicated to this. Thank you. I'm going to take a motion now. The first motion that I to adopt an ordinance annexing Micah Ridge into the city of Durham effective March 31st, 2023, and to authorize the city manager to enter into a utility extension agreement with Lenore Carolinas LLC.
Second.
Got a motion from Councilmember Williams and a second from Mayor Pro Tem. Madam Clerk, could you please open the vote? Could you please close the vote?
The motion passes 4-3 with Mayor O'Neill and council members Freeman and Halsey Hyman voting no.
Thank you. The second motion is to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of the residential suburban -20, RS20 and commercial general CG for Falls/Jordan District B, F/JB county jurisdiction, establishing the same as planned development residential -4.680, PDR 4.680, Falls Jordan District B, F/JB, city jurisdiction. Can I have a motion, please?
Second.
Councilmember, moved by Councilmember Williams, seconded by Councilmember Johnson. Madam Clerk, could you please open the vote? Could you please close the vote?
The motion passes 4-3 with Mayor O'Neill, Councilmember Freeman and Councilmember Halsey Hyman voting no.
Thank you. And the last motion is to adopt a consistency statement as required by NCGS 160D-605.
Move to adopt consistency.
Second.
The motion's from the Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Councilmember Williams. Madam Clerk, could you please open the vote? Could you please close the vote?
The motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Halsey Hyman voting no.
Thank you. That's the end of this. Madam Mayor, I pass it back to you.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Javier, and I thank all of my colleagues tonight for a lively discussion. We thank everybody who joined us and who is still with us at this late hour. Are there any other matters that will come before this council this evening? Hearing none, we stand adjourned at 11:38 on February 6, 2023. Full City Strong.